Hello everyone. So this is Amin Web School, and today we're gonna discuss together the Evaluate News article with natural language processing project. It's a project for Udacity, and I know that you know all this information. I think by now you have read the rubric, you tried to do the project or something, and you came here to YouTube to search for solutions for your some things that are stuck with you right now, or maybe you want to get an idea about the project. So let me state it clear here. This is a step-by-step or a bit-by-bit doing for the actual code of the project. I'm interested in all the functionality that happened in the project. I'm even interested in building everything from scratch. So if this is your goal, then this is the right place for you. But if you want just like to take a quick idea about the project, and no, I'm actually going to give you a thoroughly explanation for everything that you will do in the project, and we even gonna do that from scratch. I mean, we're gonna create the boilerplate, and we will not deal with the one that they give you, which is in the GitHub. We will not start from it, but this doesn't mean that we will do an alternative project or something. No, we will keep sticking to all the details, everything, all the files, but we will do that just like what should be created first. Should it be the client, the server, the Webpack files? So we're gonna start with only one file, just like this one, and from this one we're gonna build everything else. So the project seems complicated, maybe it seems like where to go from where to where, but thanks to God, if you have some time doing programming, you'll find out that it's something that you can understand and something that you can do on your own after that. But this project will really help you and reinforce your information and your knowledge, so in the future you will become a better programmer, of course. So let's now just like display or show our final result that came after doing the project. This is something just for showing the project. We will not gonna start from here, of course. This is the final end, but we're gonna do it again. So let me show you, for example, here if I said this read, and you know that we should put a real URL, and this real URL has to have an article. But here I'm just putting the word read, and there is no articles at all. That's not even a URL. So what will happen here when I analyze? Yes, it will give me enter a valid URL. And as you see, enter a valid URL means that I didn't enter a valid URL. So it didn't even made an HTTP request and asked even the server for anything. That happened and curated inside the client. I didn't go to the server, I didn't ask for the API or anything, and that's what you should do. But you also, for just like if you want, or if you are a real programmer, this will not be enough. You have to deal with that even if someone used a third party like Postman and things. If you don't understand this, it's okay, but if you are using a third party, just like something that can send HTTP requests to the server, well, you have to deal with that too. So you have to put something in the server that can deal with someone who requested for the results and he didn't write a URL. What will happen then? Should it give him an error? Should the application crash? Should the web page crash? No, it should give him something. So it will give him something. I think it will give him the same like this, like what you see right now. So I created that too, and I'm gonna learn you how to do that. I'm gonna teach you how to do that. So let's also write a real URL. For example, let's go here. Is that an article? Yeah, I think this may be an article, but this is better. So that's a real article. Let's go now and put it here and analyze. So yep, it was an article. As long as you had a results here, then you put an article. It's non-ironic, it's confidence 100%, it's objective, agreement, it agrees with something. So it's an article. These are the results that you have to actually get from the website, and it will be easy because the website will give you these results from, just like you will not pick anything. It will be direct. The other thing here is, what if I put a URL and everything, but it wasn't an article? Just like here, this is not an article, I guess. Maybe that neural language system has another point of view, but I think it will not be an article. So let's see. Well, he thinks this is an article, so I have to give him something that he cannot interpret as an article. Okay, let's see what about this. And I do think this is not an article. So this is not me actually, this is the neural language. He has to, the application or the API has to decide. And yes, he decided that this one is a video. So no content to analyze. And this is actually not something I wrote by myself. This is something that came from the API. So the API responded with this content, and I just like transferred the message from the server to the client side and viewed it to the client or to the whatever the user. Okay. So, and this, just like this background, this orange background is for just like the UI thing. So this is our application. And by the way, you don't have to put a footer, a header and everything. The functionality is what's important. So in this tutorial, I will not gonna give you just like how to style the things and everything like this, because I think this is an easy mission. It's something you can do alone. But the thing is, I'm gonna give you the functionality, the project plan, and the roadmap for how to do the project from scratch. So that's what we're gonna do right now. So stay focused. We're gonna do the project step by step. And to be sure, here is my submission. I submitted that and it was fine. Actually, I made all the functionalities they need, and that was 2 years ago. So now I made the project again, but this time I made it with some improvements. I curated also some errors that will pop up when you try to do the project, because the project has a lot of just like updates, because the Webpack used here is actually, I think, Webpack 4, but you're gonna use Webpack 5, and this actually has some things that were updated and some npm packages that were deprecated, so you are not gonna use it, and you need to find solutions for that. So I'm here to help a little, to facilitate and make it easier for you and for everyone else to make the project without no complications. And remember, complications is a good thing, because they help you problem solve everything. So it's good to have problems, but you come to the videos to watch it once you feel like you are stuck. It's a dead, just like it's a dead end. So there is no way out. And then you try to watch a video or something. So I'm gonna start right now. So be focused. So let's now see how we're gonna implement the project. I now have a created a folder, and as you see, it's NLP 0 start. So the folder is actually empty, and I have here the starter kit. Why I'm opening the starter kit? Because it's gonna help me to see what does they need. So for example, the starter kit for this is the whole projects, and something that if you download it, you'll find all of that, but we don't need most of them. We just need this one, evaluate news article. I guess we can handle the others, and we will open the web.dev.js. And as you see, he is telling me the to-dos, and we need that. We need to know what are the to-dos to be able to do everything here. So now let's implement the project. Actually, to implement the project, I can do like this, and I say open with code. I don't know if you have this feature or not, but you can make it while you are installing the VS Code. So let's put it here. And don't mind the shortcuts. It's something that I like to do. Here I have an empty project. As you see, I have two ways to make the boilerplate here or whatever, or to create a file or a folder. I can use the terminal, or I can use these. But I guess a more professional way is to use the terminal. So let's make touch, and we're gonna create a file called Webpack-dev-server, which is actually something that maybe right now it's not actually initialized or even recognized by our program, because as you see, the program is empty. It doesn't know what is the meaning of Webpack here. Maybe it knows it because it's in the global, I mean, it's installed globally, the computer know what is Webpack or whatever. But suppose that it doesn't know, you didn't download it, so I need to download it. But at the start, we're gonna start with developing this folder, and I'm gonna tell you now why. But first, let me tell you that there are two more primary steps that we need to do. The first thing is to get initialize our project. What is the meaning of this? Get is a version control system, which means instead of just like pressing Ctrl Z to undo some changes, or pressing Ctrl Y to redo these changes or whatever. Suppose that you closed your application and you came in another day and you found out that you made some changes that you want to edit, or you want to remove or something, or you want to get back to a stage in your development that you cannot go back easily. You need to delay these stuff and these stuff and these stuff. No, the get initialized means that you're gonna use a version control system to manage that to you. So whenever you make progress or you score some progress in your project, you just save it with the git commit and things like this. If you don't understand this, it's okay. I think the course to provide a training about Git and GitHub. It's something similar to GitHub. And if you don't know anything about it, it's okay. Just ignore it. I'm just using it for myself. So if you don't know it, it's okay. Here is the git init. Let's see, initialize, embed, git repository. Yeah. So now I have an empty git repository. I think it's repository. Yeah, repository. So, and also I'm going to npm init. This means that I'm initializing the npm. The npm is what will help me to download packages for my program to make the node modules. The node modules actually is something that run the application, something that run the packages in the background, something that you don't have to know a lot about because it's not the main focus of your application or any other applications that you will make. It's just a holder for the packages, for the libraries you are using. But the main important thing is the libraries itself. How you're going to deal with the library, how you're going to use the library. For example, a library like Webpack or something, you need to know Webpack, but you don't need to know what are the configurations or the basic system of how the Webpack was built. So the node modules is where all the files about how the program you are using or the package you are using was built and how it is running in the background. So let's now npm init, and I'm gonna say yes because -yes because this means that please shortcut for me making all the choices like what's my project about and the name of the project. He gonna fix all these things automatically for you. So now it created a package.json, and this is one of the most important things that you have to keep focusing on in your project, because the package.json is something that in which you're gonna save everything you use in the project. For example, you used packages. How any other developer will know? Of course, you will not give him the node modules. You're gonna delete the node modules in another stage, and I'm gonna show you how also. But the package.json will tell any other developer how to, just like what to do or what to install to manage the program or run the program. Because after you do the whole project, you're gonna give it to someone, but you're not gonna give him the npm files, and all he has to do is click this like that, only that, npm I, and his computer, his VS Code environment will start downloading automatically all the packages he used and all the files he used. So this is all what you have to do. So now we have created the package.json, and as you see, I only have one script. What is the meaning of the script? it's what's running the environment, what's running the application, what's making it run. So if I wrote now some files, there is nothing to run it. So when I press npm start, for example, I'm telling the application, please run my program, compile it, then run it, make it on the local host. Give me a URL that I can go to and see what I have done, what I have styled, where are my HTML page online or live. So this is just like making the live server for you. This is the compiler. So the script, let me here make the script as the project demands to be Webpack. So let's create something called the dev, and the dev here means it's just like a arbitrary name. It doesn't have to be something. Maybe I can say it's a build dev, or maybe anything like the dev mode, anything. And here I'm gonna make it just like using Webpack. Now we are using the Webpack as a script to run our program. This means that Webpack will be responsible for compiling this program that we will make, or this application, all the files, all the HTML, the style. It will run it in the background. So now I chose npm. I'm gonna save, and here I'm gonna download the most important things to start working on this file. Right now this file that has nothing, but once we try to put things like this in it and run it, we need to actually install it because it's not installed now. So npm install -d means development. It used to be save dev in the past, but now it's -d, and we say Webpack and Webpack CLI. And development means that just run it in the development server. It's just like for development purposes. It's not for anything else. So it's a compiler. It's in the development server. It's not in production. And it's a lot of stuff, but this means that do not bother anyone in the production with downloading all these things again. Something like this, You don't have to know a lot about it, but just like it's a development package. It's not in the production, it's in the development. Or maybe you just need it in this project, not in everyone else. So that's why I wrote the D. But it's okay if you didn't write it. It's not the biggest disaster in the world. So now let's run the application, and these now are packages that will be installed from the npm, and you will find now that we created a node modules file. It's inside it, these packages exist, so you will find them here. Here is the Webpack, and here is the Webpack CLI. And if you came to check them, you will find a lot of things that you don't have to bother yourself about. These are what is this library consists from. It's the creator who made it, so you don't have to think about that. And now we have the things that we can use to start making the webpack.dev.js. So what do they want? They want now, what should we do now? I think we should go here and we're gonna say module.exports and we're supposed to make an entry point for our files. But let's here maybe npm, remember that I made a script called npm dev. Now we will run this script and let's see what will happen. Unknown command, did you mean npm run dev? Okay, yes, that's a good thing. So npm run, it means run this script. So npm run dev. Let's see what is the first error we have. Can't resolve ./src. So it's here. It tells me that we need a ./src file. We don't have a folder called ./src. Why do we need this? So I guess it's not coming from here. It's actually coming because any just like it's programmed, the Webpack is programmed to find a file called ./src and find the entry point in it. And the entry point is where he will start to fetch all the files of our project, the HTML, the JS, the CSS, whatever. So let's now give it an src. But before we give it an src, let's make an imaginary entry point. So what do you think the entry should be? I will call it index.js. Do we have a file called that? No. So I guess we're gonna have another error right now. So let's go and see. So the same thing, we need the src file. So let's create it. Okay, new folder here, and we will call it src. Now we have an src, right? Yes. So what should we do with this src? Let's run the program again and see what will happen. We now have an src, right? So it's supposed not to happen. So yes, he found the src and he tried to cache everything, and now he has 0 bytes because we didn't write anything. Warning, the mode option has not been set. I didn't set a mode for my development. Okay, so now he's asking me to develop the mode option, and the mode means, what is the mode for this? Are you in the development or are you in the production? The Webpack wants to know. And this is important because he has different compiling and configurations for each environment you are dealing with. Are you dealing with a client or are you a developer in the server? This is the meaning of the question here. Should we set the mode? I guess yes, we should follow the Webpack and see what does he want from us. So mode, I'm gonna make the mode development. So I guess this is development. Is it wrong? No, I guess it's not wrong. So this is the starter kit, by the way. This is not my project. So this is the entry. This is the mode. Let's see. What's the next error? Did it finish? I guess so, right? Yeah, we get back to the same thing, or didn't? Did I start? I don't think so. Yep, it created everything, and now as you see, the project can be run. It can be compiled. Why? Because I have all the parts of the project. I have an entry file, and I have a src. And the index.js is inside the src or the source. So now everything is needed for the Webpack is done. So let's see how we're gonna go from here. But there is a warning, mode option has not been set, and I don't know why it can't read the mode here. You know, we will figure out what happened when we just like proceed. Don't worry, this is not a big problem. Just like it doesn't recognize the mode here. We will find the answer once we complete the project, but there is nothing wrong about our code. As you see, this is the same thing here from the starter kit of Udacity. So it's the same here, so no worries. And now what is the next thing? So now I guess we should the starter kit is saying this is the dev tool, but before the dev tool I need to give the entry point as in the right direction. So let's say that it should be put in the ./src /client /index.js, and it's better to be in the client side, because in the client side it will be better to compile and everything, because it should be compiled from the client. So we have now a folder called the client, and we will take this and we will put it here. Move. Now we have an src folder with a client folder including the index.js. Now let's go back here and let's compile again and see what will happen. So I got I got an answer why the development doesn't appear. Now he can't find the... So I was trying to resolve the ./src, it's not found or something like this, and I realized that when we made the package.json, we didn't actually have a starter point. So it chose the only file that was existing, which is the Webpack-dev-server, but it cannot be a main. So I'm gonna change that to index.js, and I'm gonna also say to him it's in the ./src. Let's see, maybe this will work. ./src/client/index.js. So let's see what will happen when I choose it from here. Alright, we still have an error. It's good to have errors because this will make us progress in our program. Well, it can't find it too, so I'm gonna stop the video for 1 second. I'm gonna find the solution. I'm gonna come back after that. So 1 second. So guess what, guys? I was trying to find what is the problem, why it can't read the ./src and why it's doing these errors. I opened Stack Developer or whatever. I read about the problem, but it seemed like nothing was a problem. I just deleted the whole thing and I made it again, and now it is working. I don't know what was bad, but actually this is a new device. So I have bought this laptop yesterday, so I think the setting up the VS Code maybe is problematic a little. But if it kept making mistakes like this, I will go to work on the VS Code on the cloud. I think this will be a better solution. So let's now see. Now I have an entry point and it is working. Let me show you again. npm run dev, and it can read the entry point. It just don't know the if it's a development or a production server, and I will not gonna decide this now because we are working on a webpack.config.js. It means that I don't want to tell him if it's a production or development right now. So let's work like this. Okay, so let's go now and see. Here's the distribution folder. We have a main.js file, and maybe let's write something here, just like maybe an alert in which we say hello or whatever. And now let's go to run the build again, and let's the changes maybe appear. Let's go to the main. Yes, the changes appeared in the main. So now our app is connected with the distribution folder. That's good. So let's go now and see what we should do else. She's talking about the loaders. Yep, she talked first about the output, and we're gonna go to the output, but not now also. So let's make the first thing, which is the rules. The rules are actually things that just like it supports our application with things it needs to run or to load the assets. The assets here, for example, if you have a SAS file and you want it to work, it will not work without a loader for it. The loader compile it, it translates it, it interprets it, and make it a machine readable thing. It's not a machine readable thing, for example. And also the JS files. The JS files for the Webpack, maybe it will not read it without a Babel loader. So if you went and wrote ES6, for example, it's a version of JavaScript. Yes, it may be readable as a JS file, but it will not be readable in the Webpack backstage. So let's make that. Let's here find the first one, which is the module. It's called Babel JS, and Babel is just like a translator. It interprets and translates everything that is coming from other languages to a machine readable thing. So we need the Babel loader, and after the Babel loader we will go and I think we need to install it, of course. But did she talk about that here? Because she didn't mention that, right? Okay, she didn't. So let's see here. It excludes node modules because you will not going to translate all the node modules. This means just like 1 hour of compiling. When you run npm run dev, it will take 1 hour just like to read with Babel loader all the node modules. And also you don't need that because all these files are readable and they are made ready and composed for Webpack to be read. And here is something called regex. Regex means that read anything that ends with .js. So this is a way to write that to be understood by the program. And you will find it here also written in the starter kit. Yes, so here it is. No, it didn't put the loader here, but yes, it's put in the website, so it's fine. So let's we have to get a Babel loader installed, but wait a second because I think it has other friends too. So she made it now to the server. No, we are not going to go to the server. So it's written here we should add the Babel loader that match JS files as development. Okay, so we will install the Babel loader. And while we are doing that, we will also put here a file which is called .babelrc. And you will ask me why we will put the babelrc. Well, it's another thing to tell Babel how it should read the configuration files here. So let's take that from the old project I made here. Here is the Babel RC, so let's take it, close this, go here, you will put this. This is a very traditional step, you don't have to understand it, but these are just like preset environment options for the Babel to understand what it's reading right now. It's not something that you have to understand. So okay, we have put a loader here for our JS files, and we want now to know what is the next thing, what is the next step. So as I said, we're gonna run our project from web.dev.js, so I have to focus here, but not from this one, actually from the starter kit. This is not the starter kit. So we added the Babel loader. This is to do one. Add loaders for converting Sass to CSS, turn CSS into CommonJS. Okay, so now that's a good step. To move to this step, we need an HTML file, and we need to download or add some styling to it, and we need to add them by Sass. And here come again and convert this Sass to CSS. So let's, I'm sorry, the words are complicated, but let's do that. So in the client here, we will just put an index.html. Is it wrong to make two index? No, it's not wrong because the extension is different. It's index.html here. And for me, yes, it's read as an HTML, so I can do that. And it will make me the boilerplate. Here I'm gonna write maybe NLP project. And in the body, okay, so let's take that from here. It's not wrong, just like to make the video shorter because you want the right thing. You don't want a lot of talk, so I have put it here in a views. So why not? Let's make a views file. I think it's a better way to make everything concerned. So I'm gonna take the index.html from here. This is from the starter kit, by the way, so I didn't write anything from that. I'll just put it here. So as you see, this is the boilerplate for our HTML. It has a title, it has a container, and it tells me enter a URL. So this is provided by the project, and here I should enter a URL. We want to see that now on our live, I mean in the browser, but we can't do that. You know why? Because this is the npm run dev is just like a compiler. It's just like building the distribution folder, but it cannot present the things. We need a host, and to do that we need a server. So a server to make a host to preview or broadcast our website. We need to download something called npm Webpack, because we're gonna run that from Webpack-dev-server. So the dev server here is not only good for just like seeing our project live, no, but also for reading the changes that we are making, and also we will download that for the development. So now this actually is a temporary way to display our project, because in real life when you display a project, you don't display it from a Webpack-dev-server. You do that from a real server. It's in the back end. So we will go to that. But right now we will download the Webpack-dev-server, and we will go to package.json, and we will say change that to Webpack-dev-server, and I wanted to read the configuration, because here we have to tell the Webpack-dev-server from where to read the configuration. Is it from the Webpack itself? Go to the node modules and read the configuration? No, we are now overwriting the configurations. This file is for just like you are now overwriting some of the configurations. This is just like 1% of the configurations written here, but you will not go to the node modules and overwrite anything. You will overwrite here, and it will automatically be listened to in the node modules. So now here I was writing config, and I want you to write or to read the configuration from webpack.config.js. Please compare. I don't know what this means, but I will overwrite. So yes, so now I have a Webpack-dev-server, and it's in the configuration. It uses webpack.config.js, and recently you can say open and let it open you the live server without you going to the localhost and things like this. And I think it is by default it's going to localhost 8000 or 8080, I think, something like that. So let's now run dev. We will run our environment. Aha, so it's working fine. And as you see, localhost, you can get it. I'm sorry, did we leave anything here open? Because this means that you are running another one. Duplications, no, we are not running this one. So which one are we running? Let me see. This is my one. Yeah, we are running the webpack.dev on my original done one. So when I do like this, I now just like I stopped this server because I was running the server on another thing. So now I'm gonna go back and I run it again. I don't know it will change its server or not. I think it's hard to do with that, but yeah, it's working on localhost 8080 by default. Yes, now we don't have other ones that just like conflicting with it. So let's now, just like, as you see, you can get /8080. Why do you think? Just think a little. So, well, I guess right now I got the answer. We cannot get this because it didn't listen to these changes. The Webpack-dev-server should listen to the changes. But right now, we have to, before that, we have to just like rebuild our distribution folder and then let it listen to it. So I'm gonna just like delete this distribution folder, and let me first make another one here, which is called Webpack.prod.js. We have a letter here. So yep, and I'm gonna copy everything here in the production. And the only thing, so yeah, we have everything here. And let me now gonna close this index and go here to package.json and put here something. We will put what? So yeah, we will put here a build, which is responsible for building the application, and I think Webpack can do that. We forget here a comma. So I'm making the build right now to build the application again, and I'm gonna stop Webpack-dev-server. And you know what? I'm gonna make different Git patches, and I'm gonna rename this one. It's for the client, where I just run everything about. It's just like a resemble for the client, which is the dev server. And here I'm gonna say build, which is for building the application for production. And I'm gonna make another one for the server, and I'm gonna call it server, but it will not run now. And I'm gonna make another one for downloading the npm packages. So I will say npm packages, like this. So now let's go back here and for the build and say npm run build, and let's see while it's making the distribution folder. Yeah, it made the distribution folder. It now can read the alert hello. Let's go here and see if it will read that. Oh no, sorry, I didn't. So let me run the dev. Still it cannot get the slash. So let's see when the inspect what is the problem. It's not found. Maybe this is wrong. What? Localhost 800. This is well, I guess maybe the distribution folder cannot read the index.html or even compile it here because I didn't put an HTML Webpack plugin. So I think when I do that, it will be able to read my HTML and put it in the distribution folder and present it. So let's see that. Or maybe another thing, which is the output. There is no output, so how it can run my application. But I think it ran before without an output, so I'm gonna go to the configuration file and I'm gonna put an HTML pack. I think it is called HTML Webpack. Let's get it from the internet. And it's a good way to find your resources on the internet. HtmlwebpackPlugin. Install. you will also find it here, and I think it's better to go and get it from the Webpack. So here it is. They are saying that you can npm install it with this way. We will go to the npm packages and install the HtmlwebpackPlugin. So this is our first plugin. We will put it here in the plugins section. So now we have a plugin, but we should put a comma. So now we have HTML. We didn't put it here though. And we can just do that, and boom, we have put it. I'm sorry, I will configure a formatter. This is just to format our page. Well, so now we have this, and it's listening to it, I guess. One error. What is the error? Okay, let's run the build again. Let's go and run the dev. Well, I'm sorry guys, because I'm still saying that because the package because the laptop is new, it does a lot of strange things. So the Webpack-dev-server, we was just like we were working on it, and suddenly I found it wasn't there, so I downloaded it again, and now we compiled our system, and just like we have. If I do like this, yeah, it will read now the index, and it will read the index.html because we have installed HtmlwebpackPlugin, and now it reads this change, you know. So now we will say okay, just okay. I guess I don't need this file, you know, because I can run the build without it. I will close this right now. Here, I will tell you right now what is this. So here I have the build Webpack, so I don't need a file for it. And let's go back here and let's see what is it. It wants from me now. It wants the mode. Now it insists that I want my mode, you know. So the mode is a very important thing here. So we will now set this mode to development. I guess it's right moment. So mode development. I hope I'm not writing it with any spelling mistakes. So is it reading what I have done? I don't feel it is reading what I've done. So let's run the build again. Maybe this will fix the problem. Let's run the dev again. Okay. Well, nice. We don't have the problem. So the problem gone. So now we have the mode, just like it's set now and it's ready, but we can't find any output. Where is our file? Where is the index.html? And I guess I don't have this one. It has made a very old one with the main.js, but it didn't make mine. Maybe because I didn't tell him from where to get the file, I guess. Let's see. So I use the template and the file name. The template is where will you get my index.html. So I guess these are very important. So I'll go here back and I'll open it, and I tell him, so get this template and use it. The template here is where I'm gonna get your index.html file. And now I should close this. I hope I made it right. Yes, I made it right. So now I have a template from which it will copy the HTML, and I have a file name for the output where it will put it, and it will put it here in the distribution folder. So let's go back to the build. I don't know if it can read this. So let's see here. It says cannot get. Yeah, it didn't read it. We still need some things. So let's run the build again. I had this problem before where it cannot read everything that's happening on the build, but I'm sure it will end soon. Don't worry. So yes, now we have a main.js file and an index file, and yes, in the index file it has put my script, which is the index here, and it has also put everything in my HTML file. So it's now can read from a template. This is the template. The first time it just like it created one to me because it didn't find one. So I guess if I now went to the client, I don't know if it will start to read. It didn't read the changes too, so I will have to tell him this time to read the changes again. Alright, so now it has got from me the changes. The changes now are working. But there is a little problem. So let's see, is the problem still? Yes. No. So it's yes and no. What was the problem? I don't know. The service worker. It's coming from the service worker. So don't worry about the service worker. We just like we can just like comment it here, but it's okay. We will not deal with the service worker. Is the last step in our application. So now everything running fine. We have an index.html that is running. We have a Babel loader that translates our JS file and make it readable in Webpack. We have a mode, which is development mode. So while we have now an HTML file and we have now everything set about that, I guess we need now to see the styles, because this was the loader that has the rule now. We need a loader to read the styles. She was talking here about the mode, you know, and I guess she made the mode here, and she also made a div. She put a div tool for the mode. So let's understand what is the div tool. Actually, the div tool is a very important thing to set in our project, because the div tool, it will give you something like in the distribution folder, something like a source map, what is happening. It's good for debugging. Where was the mistake, things like this. It will be more obvious and vivid what are you doing in your program and where are the mistakes. So the source map is good for that. Now, is it necessary for the production? No, it is not necessary for production, because the client doesn't have to see the source map, the css.map.js. It only needs the css the index dot or the style.css, but it doesn't need something like style.map.css, in which he can find something to debug. He will not do that. But you do something like hidden source map in the production, and it will still appear, but only for the developer. It will not appear in the production. it will not be able to be installed by the client, I think. So now let's put the dev tool here, which will be necessary after that, and let's see what will happen if we try to rebuild the application again. So as you see now, we have a main.js.map. It made a map for our JS file, and this is something unreadable, you see, but it's good for debugging, as we said. It gives you more information about everything that is happening in the file. So yes, we have finished that now. I guess, as you said, I need now to enable some styles to this page. So to do that, we need a loader for the style. What do you think the loader for the style is? Yes, exactly, we need a CSS loader. So let's go now and do that. Let's find the loader, and I made that for you. I found the loader. So I used the CSS loader, and it is also in the, of course, it's in the, it's just like it's explained with the lady in the course. So let's go here and go to the dev. I think I'll find it. Yes, it's here. So it's in the rules. So yes, we need a style loader. The style loader can read from a CSS. So the Webpack needs to know that this is a style, and it's just like it's arranged in order, and the style will go to see where are any style files, and he knows that any file with CSS or SAS, he will read it as a style. So we need also a CSS loader to understand that this is a CSS. So these are actually not one package. This is not one loader. These are three: SAS loader, CSS loader, and the style loader. The SAS loader is for writing the SAS, for reading any SAS file, and then convert it to CSS loader. And then the CSS loader will convert it to something that the Webpack can read and know this is a style, and tell that to the machine to understand it. So we need now to just like install these three packages. So let's go here and say npm install CSS loader. The arrangement is not necessary here. The style loader and the SAS loader. And let's go and take it from the rules and put it in our application here. And this is also regex, and the regex is something that tells the application read any file that ends with a .ss. Sorry, I guess there is a mistake here or something. No, it's for SAS, or maybe CSS, or maybe a combination of SASS. So it reads three files: the CSS, or maybe the SCSS, because this is another way to write SAS, or any SAS file. These three will be read and will be transformed to a style that Webpack can compile. So now we have put the loader. Let's go now and just like create the CSS files. We don't need to do that because they are created to us here in the starter kit. So let's get the starter kit here. Yep, this is the starter kit, and we have styles, and in the styles we have style.css. I guess in another version of the starter kit I saw the SAS files, and they were written by the company. I don't know why I can't find them here, but I have a solution for that. Let's go here and find the project. I only have this. So I wanted to make sure that they are really in the GitHub. Yes, and they are in the GitHub folder. So my version was just like a little bit old or something. So we're gonna download this one, and we will take them from here and we will put them in our file. But we will convert all of them to SAS, and then try to make them readable by the Webpack as CSS. So let's do that. And in the styles, we're gonna paste our CSS. So now we have all the files needed to make the project. And now let's go to the client. And as usual, I think it cannot read the let's see. Yes, it cannot read all of that. Let me now run the build again. Yeah, it will not read them. You know why? Because I didn't export them. I now understand. But let's first, change them to SCSS. The only way now to be read is hard coding them, and this will not happen because I'm gonna get them from the index.js. So alright, so now we have these files in SCSS, and of course the Webpack cannot read them. We will remove this alert because we don't need it anymore. But I will write here import, and import means please import to me a file from this folder styles, and let me write them one by one. page.scss. So now we have the 5 files here imported, and I guess now here is saying something. You may need an appropriate loader. This means that it didn't run the loader yet. So we need to tell it to run the loader now while we are having these files in the build. We have here 5. Okay, let's see what is the problem. Cannot find, we cannot find module SAS. Yes, if this was the old project, it would have run by now, because maybe you will need a package called node SAS. But here you need an npm package called SAS. So let's run this one in the npm packages, or install it, npm install SAS. I guess it's not a loader, it's something in the global to make our project understand that this is a SAS file. So now we have 4 more errors. They were 5, but now they are 4. So what are they? What is the needed module now? So I don't understand why it is not read. So let me stop the video for 1 second and get back again. Alright, I just ran the build again and everything was working fine. I'm sorry for that, but the application is making a lot of nonsense things. So I guess now if I restarted this, everything will work fine because the build says this. Yep, yeah, everything is working fine. Let's see the register service worker. We don't need that. So we will remove it temporarily because I think it is making problems. It's making a lot of problems and I don't really need it right now. So what we will do is that we will just comment it like this and everything will work fine. But as you see, I think there's something wrong here because I still don't get it. They left some of them. Yes, so I guess it's working fine because if I came here to the body and I said maybe the background color, change it to red. Yes, it's working. Yes, so this is a style enabled and we don't need to do anything about the styling more than this because it is made by the by Udacity. But if you want to style it, and of course you will want that, just like give it a chance, and do not worry from the SCSS styling. It depends on nesting in some things. So I can put the main and the section here and nothing will happen. That's different from CSS. As you see, it's now reading them inside and I think the section is inside main in the HTML. Let's see. Let's close this, just like to make ourselves to have some space here. So this is a section and this is a section, and yeah, they are inside the main. So let's put the section inside the main here. And as I told you, it depends on nesting. So we are trying to nest the things here, the form and the input. The input is inside the form, so we will nest it here. But no, not a big change will appear. Yes. And if you want to style that, the styling is very easy nowadays, especially because you can do the styling with just like in a blink of an eye. For example, let me show you something here. I will go to the ChatGPT and I'll give him this file. And I'll tell him, please style for me this page, giving it a separate SCSS styling file. Let's see now. Turn it into SCSS. I don't know why it's not written. Yeah, it's written. Yeah, sorry. It's written in the SCSS. Well, now I can copy it. We will just like experimenting with the SAS file here. So I'll say this is a style.scss, and I'll put the styling here, and I will go to the index and I'll put the new styling. And let's see what happened to our HTML file. Wow, that's great. You see, this is the result. So now we have a real URL, a real style page, and we did that in a blink of an eye. You know, we just like used the AI to make it, so you don't have to focus while learning programming on just like style. Just focus on functionality. I think this was a good lesson for us, that this is how the artificial intelligence can make the style so fast. It didn't even take time. So now we have made the styles. Alright, so now I guess if we went back to webpack.config.js, which is where we said we will start, now we have most of the things that is needed by our environment just like loaded and working fine. But I think we missed something, which is a clean Webpack plugin. So we will put this plugin here, which is a clean Webpack plugin. I guess we need it because in every time we will make our distribution folder, it will keep just like adding a lot to the cache, something like this. And to clean the cache, we need a cleaning, something that cleans after because we make the build, we run the build times and times, and each time we run, I think the Webpack just like saves something about the old versions in the cache. So we need a clean Webpack plugin. And from where we can get that, I think we can get that from the Webpack itself. And we will say clean Webpack plugin. I don't know how to write that. Let's see that in the starter kit, maybe. Yes, it's in the starter kit. Yeah, no, this is mine. Okay, it's okay, but It's in the starter kit too. Here is a clean Webpack plugin. It's a plugin. You can use it just like to clean your old versions of the build, and you will put it here with the plugins and make sure that you don't lose the right place to put your plugins. Now we have this plugin, and I guess this is the end of the plugin, so I will put it here. Yes. Now we have a new clean Webpack plugin. We didn't put it in the, we need to just like require it, and also we will put here, we can't put this one because this one means I have to write const again, and I don't want to write const again. I just want it to for the first time, only for the first time. So yes, I'm using now I don't know why it does that every time. So we have done it again. Okay, so we will configure that later. But now we have the HTML Webpack plugin and we have the clean Webpack plugin. So we need now to install this npm package. So we will go here and we will say npm install clean Webpack plugin. Alright, he was asking me that he is making git ignore, and the git ignore he will put node module. This means that if you want to put that in a remote repository, just like GitHub, you don't have to take the node modules with it, because the node modules, just like any person will write npm install, and the node modules will come back to his downloaded version of your GitHub project. But you don't need to leave that to be remotely uploaded, because node modules take a lot of time, they are very heavy and take a lot of space. So we put them in the git ignore to ignore them and do not just like update our git version control with them. So now if I wanted to show you something. We have done a lot here in the Webpack, and I guess this is wrong. You see, JavaScript has a lot of just like noisy things about the commas, it's not found in the Python a lot. So here I want to show you that git status, which is our version control, and you see here we have all these files that are not committed. We want to commit them and say that we could configure the Webpack, at least for now. So let's do that. So we will say npm add, which will add all these files to staging, and now they are ready to be git. I guess I said npm. Yeah, that was sorry, that was strange. Yeah, so git add. Okay, now what happened? You will have to get back to the status. Yeah, it has added them to the staging. And now we will commit them. And writing --m means I can write the message here instead of opening to me a message to write or something. So git commit message, and I say configured all basics of webpack.config. Of course, you don't have to do that very late like this. You have to do that early, but I'm doing it like this because I'm just doing that for myself. It's not gonna be a real project. The problem now, we didn't set up a git version on this new laptop, so it will ask me for my identity and things like this, and I need to configure them. So I will not do that. It's okay. We will not use git. We will not use git version control. It's okay. because I didn't set up them on the new laptop, but if I did that, we will continue the project with them. We need the output. Yes, we will work on the output, and let me show you what is the output here and why and how we will deal with it. So we will put it here. Okay, so the output means I need to overwrite the Webpack basic or primary configurations, because up till now it's making to me a main.js file. I didn't ask him to do it, and it's making to me this in the distribution folder, but I want now to control that. I want to tell him what to put instead of this main.js file, which has everything I wrote, the style and the JS I wrote and everything. So instead of that, I'll choose the name bundle. You can choose any name you want, but bundle means a word that expresses that a file contains more than one thing. So that's real, because our file will contain the JS and the CSS. In the future, we may separate them, and we will use just like a loader for that, or sorry, a plugin. I don't remember the name of it, but it's extract. Yeah, it's CSS extract plugin, something like this. It's here. It's in the production, I guess. Yes, it's many CSS extract plugin. This will make the distribution folder has a styling on its own. But right now, no, we will just like by using this output bundle.js, the application will just like put everything in one file, which is this one. So let's now build our application, saving and build our application again. Let's see what is the difference that will happen. So yep, the main.js change it to bundle.js, which is a good thing, as this is a more expressive way to say that our file has everything, the JS and the CSS. So now we actually have here our project. As you see, we have made the Webpack configurations, and yes, we need to separate them, but this is not our main concern right now. So do not focus on that. We will learn how to separate them to different Webpack configurations, just like the production and the development, and we will even learn how to make something called the common.js, which is something that can, just like you can put in it everything that is just like in common with the production and development, and put it in one file, and leave in the production and the development only the things that are different, that are only meant for one of these environments and not both of them. So actually now we have the Webpack configurations that can let us work on our project in the development, of course, because in the production we will add some little things. And we have here an index.js through which it's our entry point, through which we will put the things to export. Things to export is just like the assets. We will not put a direct link in our HTML to our assets, and instead we will let the index.js be our compiler, in which we will put everything, and it has the ability to arrange these things and see which one of them depend on the other, and put them in order and compile them in the right way. And at the same time, also the Webpack will minimize them, compress them to make them faster on the production environment. So here we have the index, and we have a form. As you see, I didn't write any of these. Actually, this came with a starter project. So you have a form which has one input here. He said set up the Webpack. We did that, but we didn't do the Express yet and these things, because we're gonna do that later. But we have a form with an input and with a button submit, and we have a section for results, and we need now to make this form submit just like the input to a server. So I need now to make this form able to submit that to a server. Let's see now how we can focus on this form and make it just like by some means able to just like connect with the server and transfer information. And this information the server will take, which is here, it's the URL the server will take, and it will call the API, get information, and send it back to the server. So let's see how we can do that. Okay, let's see our project here. Well, we have the styling, we have the Sass files, don't forget, which are here, styles in client. And we need now to know how to make, when I write something here, just like maybe read. Let's see what is the default response for the yes. So the form here takes the word you entered, and it's just like it asks for it. It wants to get information. This is the normal, the default. So you'll find that this sign means it's a query. You are sending a query about something called input, a name called input, and its value is read. So this means that if you found something with this path, it will send it back to you. It's just like when you write something like this, when you write just like www.google here, for example. It's like when you write a website and you put this will lead you, for example, to a certain web page. It will not lead you to this one. No, when you put a path, it will lead you to another one. So this is working now like a path or a query about something. We want now this form to be just like a post. So the action, I'll make the action equal, I'll make the method equal post. By this way, it will not get something from the API. It will post something to the API, to the server, and the server will take this thing that was posted and will do something with it in the back end, and then we'll send back something else. So the form now has to put this input and give it to, it doesn't want something from the server, it wants to send something to the server. So now the method is post, and I need here an action. But you know what? I'll do that in another way. I can write here action and write the place to send this form, which is a local host, for example, because we're gonna build a server, and the server will just like be running on a port, just like maybe 8,000, any number we want anyway. But we don't want to do that because the HTML is not a dynamic version, and it cannot just like send things to the server with a dynamic way. Suppose that we wanted to change the port, so we don't want to handle that from here. So I know something called Axios, and the Axios is a way to send and get information from the back end, and you can use it at the back end to call an API or something. So let's now make a file. And as you see here, actually, it gives me the same thing here, the same thinking. So that's it here. And if you looked at the SRC and you looked at the client, you will find that there are two JS files. One of them is form handler. It just like, look what it wants you to do. It wants you to handle the submit. It will give you an event.prevent default. It means that do not submit the form. Just let me deal with it. So this means it will not submit it by himself. It will let you deal with that. Here, as you see in the starter kit, it's using this function to handle the submit of the form. In this function, he is using something called fetch, and fetch is a way to just like call an API or a URL and then get the result in JSON format, and then get this result which was transferred or transformed into a JSON, just like in a JSON format, and send it now to the client or to the HTML page. But we will not use that fetch. We will use something else, and we will go step by step. I can't start from here and finish all of that in one step. You know why? Because you need a server, you need to build this. So we will not build everything from just like it cannot be run without in parallel. We need to run the server with the fetch and everything, because the app will give us an error if we didn't do that. So let's see how we can do that. Now in the client, I'll make a new folder and I'll call it JS. Inside the JS, I will name a file handleSubmit. Of course, if you want to put another name, it's okay, but I'll call it handleSubmit.js. Right now, the handleSubmit.js cannot be readable inside. For example, if I put here an alert and I put hello and I save and I come here to see if if the server listened to it or not. The server didn't listen to it, but let me do something here. I'm supposing that the web-dev-server is listening to our changes. So let's go here and try, but first let me just like, shall I export it? I guess I should, yes. So I should say here export, and I think module.export will be module.exports equal, and I'll make this like a function. So yes, I think that's it. So I'll make this. I can make something called export default, but I don't know if that will work here or not. So let me see. Export default as handler, for example. Let's now see if this will be good to do here. Let's go to this index.js and import handler from where? From this JS/handleSubmit. So now we have the handler, and let me now just like say handler and apply it. So as you see, yes, we could successfully listen to the handleSubmit folder once we exported it. We cannot do that if we didn't export the file. So when we exported the file and we put the parentheses to immediately make it launch its content, it worked. So as you see, if we do that again, it will work here. Let me also look for what is the error he wants to. There is no error, but handler is not defined. So handler is not defined because it cannot understand it unless the content is loaded. So there is something here happen, a difference between when the content is loaded and when the function starts to call itself. So I think this is the lag that happens. Look. So after that, it grasps all the information and it collects all the information and it understands that the handler is there. It's defined, but it needed some time to do that. So however, I think we should make this here wait for the content to be loaded and then launch the handler function. Let's see if the boilerplate or the starter kit is doing that too. This is the form handler and this is the index.js. Well, it imports the handleSubmit. Okay, so it just imports the handleSubmit content, but it doesn't do anything. It exports here the handleSubmit function. However, it's okay. We will finish that in the best way possible. So let me now close this because we know now that everything is working fine. And I'll change that to handleSubmit because I will make now a function called handleSubmit. let's come here and start calling for the handle submit or making the function. I like to write with ES6 syntax. I don't know if you are used on it or not, but it's just like a syntax, a different syntax for writing the same function and these things. So don't worry, it's not in functionality still, so you don't need to worry from the syntax because you'll get used of it. So, and I'll make the arrow function here, and I'll put here an E. The E here means I'm writing, or let's make it event, because that's will be more clear. This means that there is an event coming. An event is just like something like when you add event listener to a JavaScript object, for example. This is called an event. The event has a target element. For example, if you said event to target, it will target the element that you pressed on or you clicked on. But we want the form not to submit directly. No, we want to play in the things. We want to do something else with the content it wants to submit to the server. So that's why we will say event dot prevent default. So now we are preventing the default functionality of the form, and we want it to wait for us to do something different. Here it's the same thing as you see, and now we will go and we will say, we will console log, for example, I am not submitting to the server. Let's test that here. So I'll go to the form and I'll say on submit, give me, or just like try to do that handler function. So let me say, for example, handle submit, but it will not work, and I'll tell you now why. And put just like an E or something, an event. Let's see how this will be responded through the server here. Okay, the handler is not defined. Read localhost input equal read. Okay, so it says that it cannot post, but I guess if you read the function here, it wouldn't have done this. So I guess we should now, let me first just like remove the method, this method, and see if it will understand the content or not. So here is the function, here is read. So I do think it didn't submit anything, right? But there is nothing appear, like the console didn't work, so there is something here. The function is not working. And why? We will know now. So let's first put something called the client, and the client will make this form. Sorry guys, we didn't even export it. So let's export this function. It's called handleSubmit, like this. Now we have exported the function, and we should go here. Yeah, it is exported, it's okay. But I think we should export it too. Not only import it, but export this function. If we didn't do that, it will not be exported to the global just like horizon of our project. Let's see here, export default, and it was not found in ./JSON. And well, so maybe there is something about the listening to the function. Maybe it can't find the function or something, because or maybe it needs to rebuild again. So, but let's take the best solution, which is actually to see here that something called in the output. In the output, you will see that you're exporting your files to the distribution folder in a file called bundle.js. And that the library target is var and the library client. The client library here is something that can, just like it can catch the changes or catch the JS functions that you want to add to your HTML page or your single web application page or whatever the page that you will display the content on. So we need to use this client library to make this readable in the global horizon of our project. So this is the project, this is the function, and we will go now to the views here, and I think we will return, I'll call return client dot handle submit, which is the event that we want. Alright guys, so I think I found the error, and the error was, wow, too silly. You know, this import means this is the default import, and here we are not exporting it as a default, we are exporting it as a function inside the application. So here we should have put just like these brackets, you know, to make this mean that please export only the function inside the file and don't export the whole file and things like this. So exporting between brackets means exporting a certain thing inside the file. Exporting without the brackets means exporting the whole file and make this name the default of it. This is wrong. So if I put it like this, and now boom, it's working. So I guess now you understand the way the handle submit is only a function inside the file, and I'm exporting it as a function, not as a file. I'm not exporting default name or something. If I exported here default and I came here and I said handle submit dot handle submit, it means a file called handle submit and the function called handle submit, for example. So let me now write read and see what will happen. Yep, I'm not submitting to the server. But let me also, because I love challenging these things, if I exported default and I said handle submit like this, now I have a file that is called default and it cannot find it here. So what I will do, and I will just like remove the, now you see we can export it very, very easily because it's the default. Now I'm making a default for the whole file called handle submit. I'm exporting this default because I didn't put the brackets, and now I think the function may work too. Let me see. It's working still. So you have two options, either to put it as a default called handle submit, or just like, but I think it's more precise to get the function, because sometimes you may need to export more than one thing from a file. So it's not necessary to name a default for the function. Maybe in the React you can do that, because in the React it depends on that every JS file have only one class or only one component, so you can export the component as default. But here you may write another function just like const name check or whatever. So this will mean that you don't need to make it a default export. And here we will put the brackets like that. Now the function will work. And if I wrote read and submit, I am not submitting to the server. Yes, I'm not submitting to the server. So now we need to just like get the event, or get the input and see what was inside the input. So here I'm gonna say const input, and I'm gonna say that input equals document. We only have one input, I guess, so we can query select this input. If we have a lot of inputs, then we need to just like say which input we need. And I'm gonna be more precise, so I will say form input. But let's see, maybe the submit button is not a button here. Yes, it's not a, no, it's a button, so it's okay. We only have one input, so we can document.query selector this input. And now let's console to see if we have some, just like we have now the right thing. So if I do that, and it's still, yeah, it's giving me the input field. So yes, that's the input. We have imported it or exported it in the right way or correctly. So now we don't need this console. We need to console the value after submit. So console input dot value. Now he will get me the value of the submit. So let's see after submit, of course. So once I click here, yes, it gave me the value. This is what I need, because I need the value to read it and send it to the server. Now to send it to the server, I need something called Axios, or I can use the vanilla JavaScript, which is using the fetch function. But I guess I like the Axios because it trains you on dealing with a lot of the configurations that should be done with the API. So it's better to use the Axios. Let's see now. The Axios is very easy actually. Axios, and let's go to the documents. We'll see how we can just like get the Axios and make an Axios API or whatever. So this is the post request. This is how we can use Axios to post something from a form. Let's see, post an HTML form as JSON. So all we will get is const data await Axios dot post whatever the value is and whatever the form is. So let me here also import the form. So I'll make a document, the query selector, and we only have one form, so we don't need an ID for that form or whatever. So I have here the form. Okay, so I should install now Axios. Let me show you where is the installation, or where is the npm install Axios. So we will take this like that, and we will go here, we'll put it here, we will install the Axios. And we don't need to do anything else. That's how you just got the Axios now. And you only now have to import that Axios. So let me here import. We have two ways we can import through the ES6 if it was just like if it was okay. So yes, if the application didn't crash or something, then it can read the ES6. And this goes back to the Babel RC, which facilitates this function. So now we have the Axios and how to make that post API. Of course, you don't have to memorize all of that, because you will see how many things we will use in this application. So believe me, to just like to know all of them, that's impossible, or to memorize every syntax. So let's take this and handle it to make it in a way that will help us. So I have now handleSubmit. There is an event, and I prevent the default of this event to submit to the server. And now I want to put that here and edit it. So now I have a const called data, because we want to extract the data from this. This is a function, you know, this Axios is actually a function. This function is going to post whatever the value was supposed to, and sorry, it's going to post to a path. This path is usually here, whatever localhost. Let's say it's HTTP local host /8080, for example. No, let's make it 8000. But let's see, our application is running on what is the, yeah, it's running on 8080. So we will make that 8000. The point is choose another router or another port. Let's see. Cannot use the word await outside an asynchronous function. So yes, this is a good point. Now, but let's first clarify what is the Axios post. The Axios now is going to post whatever inside our form, which is a document.query selector, my form. No, I will put here form because I have already imported the form. So here is the element of form. And what do you want to submit? I want to submit whatever inside this form. So this is a quick function. I don't have to say what is the input and what is that and what is that. No. So I'm going to post in the local host whatever inside the form, and the header content type is application/JSON. This means that the content that is coming to you is a JSON, or make it JSON, whatever. So it will be read as a JSON file. And I will extract the data that will come from the post and I will do something with it. What do you mean by extracting it? Does the post should give me? No, it doesn't. It shouldn't give me something actually, but it should give me something if the server will respond with something. So now I will send some data to the server, but what should the server do with it? Should it just take it and do not do anything at all? Or should it give you back or redirect you to a place? For example, when you try to register in a website, you put your name, you put your email, your password, but then these are all information that were posted to the server, but now you need it. You need a response. A response maybe saying, congratulations, you are now registered. So this response will come through the Axios too. It will go back to here. But the thing here is this is an await. Await means this is not going to happen instantly. It will call the server, and the server, you have to wait the server to respond with the information after dealing or connecting with the other API and give you the information back. So I need now to make this function asynchronous. By this way, this function became an asynchronous function. Now it can await for information, because if I didn't do that and I didn't do this, it will give you an error because the Axios will not even just like take the chance to go and connect with the server. You need, if you said that without the await, you need the data instantly. Just like when you say in a variable and you make a variable like this, for example, var dog or whatever, it's called dog. So here when you try to console log the dog variable, you will get an instant response with a string that equal to this variable. But when you have await, this means that you are trying to call another server and you will not be able to console log the result or the dog variable unless the first call ends and the server responds and give you the information you need. Then you can show it or take it back. So now we have an Axios post and we are posting to this server. We are taking the form and we are having the headers set automatically. And now we will just do that. We will submit that and we will see what will happen. Of course, there will be an error because there is no server even. So let's submit that. So the network error, Axios error. There is something about the localhost, you see? Something wrong. So let's go now to see that also in the network. The network is very important thing. What does that tell us? I think it's a 404 or something. Refer policy. Okay. So application, localhost. This is the payload that should be put, which is input red. So, do you see the referrer policy, which means that you are going to connect with an external server? It's not the same server. You know, if I send that to the same server, I'll get the information, you know, and it will be successful. But I'm not doing that. I'm dealing with another server. So as you see here, there's something called strict origin when cross origin. This means that you have to tell the browser to give you the policy to connect with another server, and we will see soon how we can do that. So here is our response header. I just wanted to see the status of that, but it's not showing. So however, we now want to create the server that we will deal with. So to do that, I'll have to go and create a server and let it run. It should run. So if you looked here, I am making an npm for the server, and right now we will go and create a server, and then the Axios call will be able to post our information inside that server. So let me now do that. Alright fellas, so the last time we have stopped on how we want to just like send the data from the client to the server side. And now let me do that. Now we have a handle submit. This form is going to submit to a place, and we don't know where it will submit because there is nowhere to submit. So we will now, just right now, we will create that. Okay, so we will close this and we will go to the server source, and we will make another folder called server. So in the server, I will just put something called the index.js, and in the index.js I have to set up something called the express. So I'll say const express. What is the express? The express is just like a framework or a library to deal easily with the Node.js without writing pure Node.js. It's actually a way to handle the Node.js without writing directly Node.js. So express will require express, but actually we don't have express installed, so we need to download this, and that will happen here in the packages npm install express. Well, we have downloaded the express. This should be p. Okay, and now we will just we will make an app, and the app will come from I think it will be express, right? I think right like that, maybe. We want to do that, so I say app.get, let me say slash, means go anywhere, nowhere far from the server localhost itself. And here we will make a function. The function will call request. It will have a request and a response. The request is if it has something like a request.body or something, and the response is what you will send back. So we agreed before that there will be something that will come to the server from posting, because we will post the information that will come from here. It will be posted here, and after that we will take this and we will respond with something. Maybe we will redirect him to another page, maybe we will respond with other information that is coming from an API. So let's do that. But first, let me just like make sure it's working. So I'll say page is working, or maybe I'll send that to the client. So let's say server page. And here we should listen to what we are doing. So app.listen, this means it will now have a port, and the port will listen to this. So you can put the port in an env file and you can put it here, but it's not a secretive information unless you want to change it or you want to hide it. So I'm gonna put it here explicitly. It will be 8000. And here I'm gonna listen on port 8000, and I'm gonna make a callable function that tells me that you are now listening on this. This is a short way to write a function. So this will say CLG, and let's say server is listening on port, and let me put now the port with this way, but it will not work because these are not I don't remember the name of these quotes way, but I guess it's known worldwide. So here I'll put the port. Now we have no visible errors, and the server will now listen on this. So we will go to the server, just like we will go to the server terminal, and we will say, but we didn't make an npm script for that. So what will I write here? What will I write? npm server? No, I need a script to read my server. So I'll go here, and in the scripts I will write that manually. So we need a server that starts our server, and here I'll say node, and I want the node to listen to /server. But first we need to go to the source, and inside the source we need to listen to server, and inside we will find the index.js. Rework. Well, we will do that. Okay, so now module found. Okay, so let's go to the server and try to run it. npm run. I remember I named it start. So npm start. There's something here. What is it? Missing after argument list. Okay, so maybe I didn't put this the right way. Yeah, like this. I forgot the arrows. So let's run the server again. And yep, the server is listening on port 8000. So now I have a ready server, but the problem is it will not listen to the changes that will happen in the server. So I need something like Webpack-dev-server. I need something that can listen to the changes dynamically and automatically and give me a new version of the server without needing to cancel and start again and cancel and start again. So for that, we're gonna use something called Nodemon, and I think maybe a lot of you know about this by this stage. So I'm gonna go to the packages and I'm gonna npm install Nodemon, and I think I need that in the development. So alright, so we have done it, and now if I npm start, now we are running on the Nodemon, and don't worry, if I change it anything, it will appear automatically. So now I'll go to the localhost 8000, which is my port, and yep, server page. Let's change this to server page red whatever, and do like that. Yeah, so it automatically listens to the changes that happen on the server. This is the server, and I need the inspect of the server because maybe I'll send something here and I want to make sure it came here. So remember that I told you that I'm gonna send something from here to the localhost 8000 here, and the localhost 8000 should get this information. So I want to make sure now that I'm sending the form input to that server. How will I know that? Well, okay, so we have our client and we have our server here. And of course we will run through this in the production. This only will run. This will be running, but on the backstage. It will not be appearing to the client or something. So let's go here. And where is my handle? Yeah, handle submit. Everything is working fine. I'm sending to the localhost 8000. And here is app.get. App.get will just get me a page, but I don't want to get a page because there is no need for that. I don't need the page, you know, so I just need to post in this. Now I will post in slash, but the problem is if I did like that, I will not have a way to see what's happening here. So yes, I'll get something, and once I get it, I will be able to see it on the client here, and at the same time I will post in it. App.post on the same localhost. So app.post on the same one, and I'll make the request and response, and we will now write the function, and I want to get what's coming from the request. So let's now say that maybe body will equal request.body. And after that, let me now respond.send, or maybe console log this, the body. So now let's see, if I send something now, it's supposed to be in the body of our application or our server. So let's now send this. And did you find anything here? No, we still don't know why. So let's go to the network and see, did something happen? I think nothing happened. So it didn't, yeah, it didn't send to it. Let's see why. So maybe I didn't just like apply CORS for our server. I mean, our server should have CORS right now to make it applicable to connect. Let's see. So I'll go now and I'll go to the server, but I hope it's in the server. Let's see, const CORS require CORS and app crashed. Okay, why the app crashed? Cannot find module CORS. Yes, of course, because we didn't install it. So let me install that. Well, so now I installed CORS and now the port is listening fine. Alright, so now I'm dealing with the server. Let's now try to send this again. So if I went to the server, so app.use CORS, that's all, okay. So app.use CORS. Okay, and let me put here a comment using CORS. The app.use, the word use here means just like you are using something as a middleware. So using CORS, which is the meaning of cross origin. Cross origin means that it allows you to send things between two servers. And so let me go and do that again. We still have an error. Nothing happened. Oh wow, great. So, and undefined. Yes, we could connect to the server. So the problem was here. I didn't change that to 8,000, I guess. I was trying to explain that it should be 8,000 but not 8080 as the client server. But I made that mistake and I didn't change it. So it's supposed to be 8,000. Now I wrote it with the right way. I also took it from here like that, copy. And this is a better way, by the way. And paste like that. So by this way, you now have a server and the server is listening. So I'm going to say read and I'm going to send and there are no mistakes. But the problem here, I'm getting undefined. Why I'm getting undefined? I'll tell you why. Aha, I got it, guys. So this is very good to understand. You know, you need this because right now your application, your server cannot read the JSON files that is coming to it. The JSON files are not recognized right now. So what I need are these two programs, these two packages from internal Express, just to let it read and understand the meaning of JSON. But no, not this one, I mean this one. So I will only take this one. This is what's important right now. So I'll put it here. And now we are telling the server, read the JSON files coming to you. Alright. Now let's look. We have read the input now. This is very good for educational purposes, you know. So, okay. Yes. So I'm doing a lot of errors and I'm making a lot of errors because I'm not working alone. If I'm working alone, I'm gonna just like put the basics of the server, put everything, put the CORS, put the .env files. I will put every single thing and errors will be far less than that. But I'm doing that in parallel because I want to make more errors. I want to see what is the reason for what makes the results. And what makes the error. So right now we understand that express.json now is activated and this means that the server is able to read the body coming to it. As you see here, we have, if I send that again, let me send that again. And go to the server. Alright, it's okay, but I'm sure it is here, but just like it didn't come here because this is it's a console log, so the console log will not appear here. Now you can read the request.body. It's there. If you console logged it is there, here. You don't need to respond with anything. It's okay because we will cure that later. And here, if you send, you will find it, so it's okay, don't worry. We have the body now. We are able to send a URL. We didn't yet make a check for URL function, but we will make it soon. But now we want to take the input, whatever it is, a URL or not, and send it to our server. And later we will go and deal with the client side and name and make some validations and things like this. So now I want to send whatever the input that is coming from me to the API and let the API send something back. So I'll come here and I will also use the Axios, but to use the Axios here, it will be so horrible to put all that content in one function. So I guess we need separation of concerns. So I'll make a const, and the const is called analyze, and the analyze will be a function that analyzes the things, and this will come from another file, just like analyze what's the content that's needed here. Well, I'll give it the body, and I need something else, which is the key. I want to send the key, but to send the key I have to put it in an environment, and I need actually to have a key so I should go to meaning cloud, and let me show you the way. We already have the key, so we will not use it from here, but I'm gonna show you the way. So you will go to meaning cloud, and you will register. I have one, but you will try to register to meaning cloud. Let's see if I still have mine. Yeah, I have mine, and I have here a key and everything. So I'll take my key, or maybe this is a subscription. I'm sorry. No, you will not get the key from here. Wait a minute. So let's remember, where was the key? So this is the license key. You will find it here in the getting started. You can find it here, and you will take this key. You will copy it like this, and you will come here and just like make in the server page. No, sorry, outside. You will make a .env file here. So you will say .env. In the .env, you will put your key, but not like this, of course. You will say it's an API key. And equal, should it be capital? No, it should not be capital. It's okay. And now I'll take this word and I'll go to the server, and here I have to require a library called .env, which is able to read the env files, and I will require .env, and here in this place, for example, I will configure, which is putting configurations, configure my env files. Now I'm giving it the right to work, so I'll say .env.config. Now it's ready to work, so all I have to do, wait a minute, yeah, the module not found because we didn't install it, so let's install .env. Yes, so the .env is now installed, and let's use it now. So this is the port, and let's put here also the API key, which will equal process. I have to say process.env. This is a way to call the environment variable, and API key. But I'm gonna make this just like key. It's better, and this will be a const. So because I don't want to write a lot of capitals, let's take this key, and I'm gonna give it to this function. So the function will now take two arguments. It will take a body and it will take a key, and it will give them or submit them to a function called analyze. But where is this function? I need to require it. So to require it, I need to go here and say const analyze equal require something that should be exported from a file called analyze.js. And where is this file? We haven't created it yet. So I'll need to go to the server, and I say make me a file called analyze.js. Inside that file I should write a function called analyze, and this function should work like this. It should take two arguments. It should take the body or the URI or the URL, and with the URL it should take a key, and that will make it able to do a function here. So let's first make sure that we are connecting it successfully. I am having the info you want, and so come here and say another CLG and give me please the body and give me the key. Let's also put that in a way that can be readable. So I'll say body will be, or URL will be URL, and the key, it should be key. So let's see now if the function is working fine. We have a function called analyze. We need now to CLG what is the contents of analyze, what will analyze return. So this way I'll make analyze return something from that, and I will see what is the result. So this is a constant that holds the result of analyze, and here analyze will work, but I forgot to export it, so I need to export analyze. Now we have exported it successfully. It's here, it's working here, and I have the body and the key. I send them, and the key now is coming from the global, and it's coming from the environment files, and the body of course is coming from here after we make an asynchronous function. I don't think this should be asynchronous, you know. I think it will wait for it, because the post will happen, you will get the request body and you will send it here. So right now we have no asynchronous functions up, but we will have to put a wait here once we make an Axios call and wait for a response from another API. So let's now go to the server and add read. Wait a minute, the server is crashing, and what is the problem? Unexpected token export. Okay, so he can't read the export. Well, what about module that exports equal analyze? Well, the server now will work. So I guess there's something, as I told you, between the ES5 and ES6 syntax that makes things just like different when they work or not. It's supposed not to be a problem that worry you. So now we will put read and we will submit, and it crashed again. So let's see why it crashed again. Analyze is not a function. Alright, so analyze is not a function. How? It is here. It has a URL, a key, and everything. So yep, I got you. I have to export that as a default if I wanted to work like this, but right now I'll make like this. So now we exported something from inside this file. As I told you before, if I exported without brackets, this means I'm exporting the whole thing, but I don't want the whole thing. I just want a function from the file called analyze. So now I suppose it should work fine. So let's try that again. Alright, so I have in it, I'm having a URL, object, and the key. The key is fine, but the URL is an object that is not readable by my files here. And I need to know why is that. Read inside a string. You cannot put an object inside a string. So that's okay. It doesn't matter, because we will not send the whole body. We just need the input. And to do that, we need request.body.input. Or maybe only that, I guess. Let's see. So I'll send the input here. So what's now? I'm still making an object. So if I did like that and I came to put read and see, I'm having the info you want, I have the URL. So I'll go to the I'll close this and I'll go to the analyze, and I'll make the URL equals URL now, because now I can send the URL, I guess. And the last undefined, this means that there is no return, I think, from the function or something like that. But however, if I send read, the server will read it here and it will read it in my function, and the URL is read and the key is that. So now I can send the URL fine and there is nothing bad about it. Okay, so analyze is now taking an input, but I don't like the word input, so I'll say const URL equals request.body.input, and now we will send the URL. This is more expressive. So let me now see what should we do with the analyze function. With this analyze function, we should make a call to the API, give him the URL, give him the key, and let the URL or let the API just like respond with information. So let's do that. We're gonna skip that. We made sure that the function is working fine, so we don't need that too, and we don't need that too. Now I need the Axios to just like start making things on the server, but I already have the Axios, so all I will do here is to import Axios from Axios like this. Let me see why the app crash. Yes, cannot use import statement outside a module. Well, so this means that I have to go to the old way of making Axios like this. Equal require Axios. Alright, so now we have everything working, and now I need Axios to fetch some data to me. So it will get data this time. It will not send data like here. No, it will get data. So let me see an example. Performing a get request, const Axios require Axios, Axios.get. We will call an API, and then we will take a function and we will take just like a data from that. So Axios.get. And we have to see now what is the way to write the meaning cloud API. And actually I have that here. Maybe they have also written it for us. So, but let's focus on this one because things changed from the last time they made it. So here in the analyze, yes, I'm having the URL here in this comment. So I'll take that and let's put that here, the same comment here, and we're gonna work with this comment. So let's see how we can use this comment. Now Axios.get. I need now to take all of this and start making changes to it. And so the first thing I need now is the base API URL, which is this URL. So no, we need the base API URL. It means it's something else. I was also having it here, which is this one. Yes, so I'll take this one, put it here, and I'll take the meaning cloud, which is the meaning cloud now. So I'll put it here. This is the URL of the meaning cloud, and the key, well, I have the key, so I'll shortcut that to just key, and the URL I'll shortcut that also to URL. And now we only have the language, which is the default English. So everything is right about our Axios.get. And now all I need to do is to see what is the response from that. So here I'll say dot, then please respond with something, just like you will have data. So please console log these data, and I should give that a variable because I will need this data. I will need to extract this data and work with it in another place. So const data equal, or maybe I like to be expressive, so it will be analysis. So, and now we should return analysis, because if I didn't do that, nothing will come. So CLG analysis, and when analysis will work, it will do this Axios.get, and then it will get data. It will console.log the data, and the data is coming from Axios. So let's see what will happen when we do that. The data will appear here, by the way, because the server logs come here, not in the client. And promise binding, alright, I get a big promise, but data, I need other word called data, so maybe we can say it's results or response, whatever, it will not be a big difference. And we need the results dot data. Or maybe we can say we are expecting a response from the API, and the response, the data is our data. So let's see that here. And also we need, don't forget that we need this to be a synchronous function, because this will have to await. This is calling an API, so we need to await for it. So let's do that, because it will not give us this pending word. So sorry, asynchronous. So, and I want you to wait the information that Axios will try to get from the API. And finally, when you finish that, just try to answer me with the analysis log. Well, I've done it right now. We don't see the binding. Server is now listening. Status code 100, message operation denied, graded 0. Well, so operation denied and the code is 100. This means that your information that you were trying to send to the server is not right. This is not even a URL. And if you are not just like sending a URL, this will give you code 100 because you didn't send a URL that can be analyzed. But let me now just like send a real URL like this one. Maybe this doesn't contain an article, but this is not a problem because we are already sending a real URL. So let's see. Alright, so we are having different code now. We are having code 0, message OK, and we are having all the information we need. Look, the sentiment, the status, all the agreement, the confidence. We are having a valid and successful response from the server of Meaning Cloud. So we are working fine up till now. Let's move on to the next step. Alright guys, so now I guess we should just like try to get the right data from the server and send it to the person who will read it. And to do that, we should understand what exactly we need to send. Should we send the status or should we send this one? What exactly we should send? So right here, I need some things to get back, and these things are written. So I need also to handle the errors. So I will make a function to handle the errors, and I'll make a function for successful response to get that response. And just like send it. So I want to send a code and I want to send a response data. Alright, so to do that, I have to see what is the response about. So let me say that in this analysis and getting the response, inside the response, I will make something called just like code. I will make a const called code, and this const code, okay, I'll get it from response dot data dot status dot code. No, we don't have to say dot code because here is dot code. So now let's see if this is working. I'm gonna clg code. If this is right, it will appear here. So let's see. Yeah, we have the code. So the code is 100 or maybe 0, I guess. There are no other CLGs, so we will do like that. So the code is 100. The code is 100 means that this is not a valid URL. But once we enter another one, like the one where, so give me an article maybe. No, this is something to article, yeah. So that's an article here. I'll take this article and I'll send it to the server. And once I submit, the code will change to 0. 0 means this is content. This is something that can be readable. But let's just like send qualybot. Qualybot, I think this is not an article, I think, but it doesn't have to be. So let's see if I send this, what will be the code? Yep, exactly. So we have here 3 kinds of codes. Only one of them means a success response. This one means that the content is not an article, and this one means there is an error 404 not found. This is not a URL even. So let's see. Now we will take this code and we will say if code equal 100, then I'll make a handle error function, and this handle error function, I want it to give me a return. That return will mean that please give me an object, and the object I will send it back to my server, I will handle it in the server, and then I will send it back to the client in a way that he can read it. So just like return, you can return a function, by the way, a handle error function, and this function will take a code and a message, you know. So now we have a code and a message, or maybe an error. No, it's a code, yeah, and a message. So the handle error now will take the code and it will deal with it. So let's do that. Now I will come here and I will write a function called handle errors, and this function takes 2 arguments. It takes the code and it also gets the message. So now I want to make an error object, and this error object I'll give it 2 properties. The first one is code equals code, and maybe I think there is a shortcut for the syntax. I'll put the code here and I'll put the message here. So what is this message? Well, I think if we came here and we said const, so message equal, and you know what, I'll get these from I'll leave them here. Response dot data dot status dot, we don't need the dot because there is a message. So now I extract the code and I extract the message and I put them here and I send them, and this will make me an object with a code property and a code value, message property and the message value. Now let's say if I have another thing, which is, for example, I'll put that in another line. I have the code equals 210, like what was here, just like 212, sorry. This means that there is no content to analyze. So in this case, I will return also handle error, and in handle error I will also give them the code and the message, the same thing, and I will let it handle the error. So in handle errors here, I will also just like, yeah, it's there is no changes, yes, but I have to return something from this, so I will return the error. So now I returned the error, so the return here will be the error, and if something returned from here or from here, this means the function will stop. The analysis function, which is making the Axios.get, will stop, and now the value of the analysis will be the return, and whatever the return is. If you return it here, then return the word return actually stops the function. So if you return something here, this means the analysis is finished, and now the result is whatever the return from here. And of course, if I'm returning a function, then I should wait for the return from this function. So the handle error return will be the return of the analyze, will be the returns that I can console log here. So let's see now. Now the last thing I have, if just like else if the code was successful. Now if I passed this and there was no error, and passed this and there was no error, then of course the function will come to this point. So I don't need to say else again, you know. So because this word will never turn up or will never function if these were just like there was an error here or an error here, because they will have to return, and return means stop and will never come to this point. So the return here will be, in this case, something to handle successful response, maybe. So handle success, and the same thing I will give it, but this time I will not give it any errors. I will just give it the response data, all the response data, and I will give it also a message. Do I need a message? No, right? I think I need the code, just the code. Yes, the code, yes. So I will send to the server, and soon you will know why I'm sending the code to the server, because I have something for that. So here const handle success, and in handle success I should give it, as I said, data, and I should give it a code, and still I have to say, now I want to extract from the data that will come from the API. I want to extract this data and get only the information that is needed by the application, and the application needs actually some data as following. Let's see here. So I need the text, and I need the agreement, I need the subjectivity, I need the confidence, I need the irony, and I need the score tag. I need all of these things, and I think they will come from the server with the same name. So I will put them here, and I'll put them just like comments like that. So const data, and this way, by this way, I'm taking, I can write it like that. I can write const text will equal response dot data, data dot text, and agreement data dot agreement, and whatever. By the way, the text is not working, so we don't need it. You will not find anything called data. I think there are 5 other, yeah, irony. I didn't get irony, maybe, yes. So yeah, I didn't get irony. Okay, so I need these 5. I don't need the text. So I will not do that because this will be very slow. So we will write here agreement, and then subjectivity, and then confidence. So this is a way to get the information. I don't remember the the name, the programmatic name, but I know that this is the way you can extract information or the properties of some values, or the values of some properties from a big object. So I want only the values of these properties inside my data. So the data have them? Yes, the data have them. If we looked here, we will find everything here. So yes, you want these, you want to extract them, and as long as they are in the first position after the object, I mean they are direct property for the object, then they are able or capable of being extracted. If they are not, if they are inside another object, then you have to reach the other object first. I mean, if they are inside something called data.response, for example, you will have to get them from there. But we don't need that because they are direct properties for this data object that is actually not data, it's actually response to the data that was given to here. So all these constants will be coming from the data. And now I will make a constant called sample, in which I will put all these data together. Though the sample thing will be another object that I will send to the server and deal with it there. So now we have, this is the sample. I will send the sample, but I want to send it with other things. So let me show you. So I want to send also a const. I want to send also a code. So let me remember what I called them. And sorry, not that. So while I handle success here, yes, I put them in a sample and I made the result equal sample and the status of the code. Yes, so that's what I need exactly. So I just will return, but before I return, I will make an object called result, or a constant called result. And here it will have the sample, and it will have also the code, okay, which is the status of the code, which is 0 in this case. So now I will return the result, and let's see now if all of what we have done right now is actually working fine. I have a analysis. I should return these analysis, which we agreed that it will be either one of three things. It will be the return from this function, or it will be the return from this function, or it will be the return from this function. And I have to make the whole big one, analyze, return the analysis here. So let's return analysis. So now I have returned analysis, and now let's go to the server and see if we are right and that we can just like get all of that. So analyze, once it returns whatever from here, the analysis, whatever the analysis, either it's an error or it's a handle success, it will return it to here. And now I'm able to send it and see it. So let's read and see what will come. It's a pending promise. Well, cool. And the app crashed. Well, let's see what is the problem. If could equal, I forgot to put, this is assigning a value to the variable. It's not comparing. So I should have said that equal. So let's see. Let's try again. Alright, it's a pending promise. Well, a pending promise means that this is not an asynchronous function. Yep, exactly, because I haven't awaited. I should await for that. Now I can get it. So again, yes, so you see, code 100, message operation denied. But you know what? I want to change this message. I don't like it, because maybe if I came here and I send that, yes, this is not a URL too, but it's a valid URL. So if I send it here and I submit results, it will not get me any content also, but this message, I can depend on it and show it to the user. But this one, operation denied, no, I can't send that to the user. So I will go and I will put another manual one. If the code was 100, which means that you didn't send a URL, I will make the message different. I'll make it, please enter a valid URL. So now I have a different kind of message, and let's see now. So if I set red and I came here and yes, please enter a valid URL. And if I came here and I send something like that, which has no content to analyze, it will send me no content to analyze. But what if I sent a real article like this one? Now I guess we have the response we need. We have a sample. The sample has all of these. I forget, there is a typo here. The typo is about iron. It's supposed to be irony. So where? Oh, right here. That's it. Irony. Well, now you will find it complete. Let's say again. Paste. Sorry. Irony is not defined. Well, this is from here too. Alright, yes, so now I have the sample complete with all the values, and I have the code 0. Now let's use that. So we made 3 functions. We made one in which we extracted, or we got a response from the API, and we called it analysis, and at the end we returned one of the 3 analyses that we will get. We will get an error of code 100 and return that error. We will get an error of code 212. We will get that error, or we will get a handle success function that will return also the sample, and it will not return the sample directly. It will return a result constant which has the sample object and which has the code. So now let's see what can we do with this on the server. So now all I have to do is actually to send the results, whatever they are, if they are errors or not, send them to the client and let the client deal with them in a good way. Now we are dealing with that from the server to the client, but after a while we will also make the user unable even to submit the form if he didn't write a good URL, or even if he wrote an empty URL. So now let me think about analyze. I think I should first put here the same thing. I should extract the information that is coming from analyze. So analyze will have one of 3 things actually, because I'm sending an object. So I'm sending an object called sample, or I'm sending an object called sorry, not an object, it's just like an error. So yes, so I'm sending an object. At all cases I'm sending an object. Either it will be analyze.code, analyze.message, because the constant, or the return error will not be a constant. It will be this, the value of the error. So let me show you how what I mean. If I set code and message and sample, then this is what I will get from analyze. Okay, so if there is no code came back, it will be undefined. If there is no message, it will be undefined. If there is a sample, then it will be also found there, existed here. So now I want to say if code equal 100, then I want you to respond .send. What will you send? You will send the message. Why? I want this message because if I send a message, sorry, I will not send it like this. I will send it in an object. If I send a message, then this means there is an error, and I will send also the code. Okay, so because when we will send the sample, which is a successful response, we will not put a message. So in the client side, if there is a message, then I will know that there is an error. If there is no message, then I will know I can handle the success and just like give back the results. And we will see how we will do that. So now if code equal 212, actually, what if I said, or maybe code is 100 or 212, then respond.send message and the code. If code equals 0, then you don't, this will be returned also, so I have to say return. And now I will say, what if there is no code 100 or code equal 212? No, I will not send any of these. I will send return. I will return a response dot send. I will return the data or the sample and the code. Okay, so now I think that's everything about the server here. The server here has ended its job, and all it's waiting for is to something in the client to catch this result. We said that we will post this to the server from the client side, which was in, let me get back to the page that will do that. Here, no, not here. So it was handleSubmit. Where is handleSubmit? Yes, here. We said that when we post the data with Axios post to the server in localhost 8000, the server has the right to reply on us. And now this is the reply. We will reply with that, with this response. So this is the response that we will reply with. So let's now catch this response here. This is an asynchronous function, and this is an await, and now we have a variable called data that will fetch all the data coming from the Axios response. So I guess now we have to say dot then, because the dot then means catch the coming values. But you know what? We don't need that too. It's okay because the data here can be shown, because we have said that the const data is already extracting what is coming. We are using await, so we don't have to use then. If we remove the await, then we will use then. So data here, I want to console log the data. So clg data. So now the data should appear in the console, this console, because this is the console of the client. So let's see. Yep, it's a successful connection between the client and the server. The message says, please enter a valid URL, and the code is 100. And let's now put a real URL and submit. So there is something about that. Let's see, what is that? Invalid status code. Okay, so the status code that is coming with the data is not valid. Let's see why is that, because I'm sure that there is something. So sorry for that. I should have made it like this, and I should have sent a sample with sample and code with code. So let's see. So yes, I have now the sample. The sample is an object with this data, and the code is 0. So now I can close the server for now and focus on my handle submit on the client side, because now I can do everything I want with the data that is coming back. But I can't just use the data like this. Let me show you something. Let me show you data.message. Okay. And now suppose that I will send read and I will submit. So I will have a message. But if I, just like I submitted a real URL with no errors, just like it has an article, and submit, I think I will get undefined. Undefined in programming means false. So if there is data.message, then it's true, there is an error, and I can just like send something that I already know what its name to the server or to the HTML, and the HTML will deal with it. But if there is no message, then I know that this is the results. So I can then start to fetch the results and put them here. So let's say that if data.message, then I will now just like show error. I will show the error here on the page before the form results. So this is a function that I will make, and I will send to it the data.message. But you know what? Let's do that again. So message, I will extract the information from the data, sample, and code. Do we need the code here? I guess no, because whatever the error, we will show it in the same place, rather regardless of what is the error code is. So now I will take that message and sample from the data coming back from the Axios, and I'll not forget to say that this is a const. So if message show data, show error, and I'll give it the message. Okay, but if there is no message, then it will get back to the, or go next to the second step. But if I don't want both of them appears, then I should say return nothing here, because this means stop, do not continue, do not go and show whatever is here. So what if there was no message? Then I know this is a successful request. So in this case, I will show results. So now we will show the results. So how we will do that? We will send the sample, only the sample. That's what I need. Now let's make these two functions here. So const show error will equal, it will take an error or a message, whatever you can call this is an argument, so it doesn't matter. I mean, this is a parameter, it's just like a placeholder for whatever will be put inside coming from here. Okay, so show error will say let me say it will return, it will handle the, we need something here to catch the error on the client side, and we need to inner HTML it with the value. So this is the section for handling the results. So I will make another section. Okay, let's make it with the old way. So here is a section, and in this section I'll put a B, and in this P I'll leave it blank, but I will call this P with the ID error. So, and let's put something inside this error. So here, show error, I will say we need a const called error, and it will come from the document dot query selector, and you will take the error. But remember that query selector needs what is the type of this. That's an ID. So now it will deal with it as an ID. And now we have an error, and we should take this error and fill its inner HTML with the new message. Okay, so let's okay, you may need an appropriate loader to handle this file. No loaders. Okay, great. So, but I need no loader because I will do like that. Yes. By the way, we said here that we are using the client, but the client will handle the submit. So should we put the client for every other single function? No, because as long as the function will be called from inside the handle submit, then everything will work. So that's why I will put all my functions from inside the handle submit, so that I will not have to use the client again. So show error now is ready to work, and it has a function to do, which will put the message inside the inner HTML of the element called error. So now let's see, and we will put trade, and we will, yes, please enter a valid URL. So, and also I can go to the style and give that just like, this is the form. What is the sections? Section. Well, there is no section here. So maybe I can write that here with, just like the CSS guys, the site is not a big deal. It's only just like good for doing some functionality or arranging the things inside, nesting them inside each other. This will be more arranged and in order and everything. So, however, but for a quick styling, we can do that. So the error, and I'll say the background color will be orange, and the border radius, I'll take 10% out of each edge. So like that. And of course we need padding, some more padding for that. So the padding will be 10 pixel in 20 pixel maybe. Let's see how it is now. Yep, so I think that is good, but what about 20 other here? Yes, this one is good, right? And I don't need this. I guess it's automatically taken. So no, I need it inside. Yes, like that. So now we have an error handling way inside the client, and that's the error. So now we should see another type of error. So let's come here, copy that, and come back to the sent and paste and submit, and no content to analyze. This time it's coming from here. But you know what? I have an idea. What if there is another function on the client that automatically, once it doesn't see anything here, or maybe it sees a word like read or something, it's not a URL, it doesn't have to wait for the API, because you see that the API takes some seconds and you don't need that. So you can make the response go to 0, because you will not even call the API if there is not a valid URL. So we will do that right away, but let's first focus on doing the show error and the show success or show results functions, in order to know that we are able finally to put everything in its right place. Const show results will equal, it takes data, this data is about sample, and it takes this sample and deal with it. So it will take the sample, and now we need, there are different ways to make this step. However, I think I will have to say document.query selector, and I will have to call for all the for all the elements that have the irony, the score tag and everything. But you know what? We have them here. We don't have to do that again. So let's go to the test webpack and let's go to the index and it'll submit. And yes, all of them are here. So I'll take them. I'll put them here. And now we have all of them. So let's focus now in what is the syntax here. Document with get element by ID. I think they have all of them. Yes, all of them have ID. And I will just forget about this one. You don't need it, believe me. So yes, each one of them has agreement, subjectivity, confidence, irony, score tag, and it has an inner HTML. And here I'm writing the agreement and please put the data. Whatever, put the data. But we don't need this data word, I guess, right? Yes, because we already extracted the sample. Yes, we already extracted the sample here. So we don't need it anymore. So I'll remove it from all of them. So now, yes, we have the sample.subjectivity.whatever, and now we can deal with them. Okay, so now it will fill these elements with the needed information. So let's try that. Let's put this one, which is a valid article, and do like that. Yep, so it got the results. It has put them here. The only thing that is not put is a score tag. I guess there's something about the score tag. Yeah, the score tag is in, so there is nothing wrong here. But I see that the score tag has this bold thing. So let's get rid of that. I don't know why this score tag is having this bold thing, but let's inline style it. And the inline style, I think it will override anything else. The style equals. So let's make the font weight normal. I guess there is something called normal. Yes, so now it is fine. But as you see, there is something here that shows this, and I don't want it to appear unless there is an error. If there is no error, I want it to go away. So how can I do that? Well, it's very easy. I know it's taken from the video time, but let's see how we can handle this. So once I show results, I should hide error. This is one way of it. So I'll say error, because I'm also going to take this to the global. And I'm going to take these also to the global, but then I will have to call them with names. So let's see how we can do that. And I'll show you why in a minute. So let's say here this is supposed to be an argument, subjectivity, confidence, inner HTML, and lastly score tag. And I'll come here and what is this inner HTML? Irony, sorry. So I'll come here and here and here and like that. So now we have all of them. Okay. So it's just like a quick way to handle them. So I'll take them outside here. And let's remove that. Okay, so now I have all of them here, and right now I should use them, so I will remove that. Okay, and I will remove that too. So now everything is working fine, and I'm changing the inner HTML of each of them, and I will show you why now I did that. There's other ways anyway, but let's see error dot style style dot display will equal none. So now once I show the results, the error will be none. So as you see, now the error vanished, and also I need this also to vanish if there is an error. For example, if I wrote like this is something that you can play around. I will not gonna explain a lot about it here because it's not the main topic, the main functionality. But what if I wrote read? I need now to see the error, but I don't need to see the results. The results, I want them to vanish, right? Let's see what is the problem. Yeah, I should here make it display again because it is now displayed, but it's not visible. So display plug as it was. Now here it is. So if I would read and I do like this, yeah, please enter a valid URL. Now if I change it that to this, it will disappear. You see? Let's back to read, and it appeared again. But at the same time, I want to let this also vanish. I have a good way to do that. I'm gonna teach it to you right now. You don't have to find each one and say display none. No, we can say that from the section. Everything inside the section just like can vanish. Every dev inside the section. So let's do that. What is the name of this section? It has no name. Okay. So let me call this section with the ID results. Okay, and let me go here and make const results and say that I do want document.querySelector the results ID. Okay, so now I'll take these results and I will show you something. Once I show an error, I don't want any results to appear. If there were any results, I want you to let them disappear, So let's see how can we do that. So I'll say results dot document dot query selector all, and let me say all dev files inside this results. Okay, and I could even just like use that from here, just like results and dev, and this will just like make the things easier. So, and now results dot for each, because now I'm looping on each element of them. So for each element inside, or for each dev maybe, whatever, or for each result, it's okay, anyone is acceptable as a result, as a dev. So for each result, make the style display returns to none, and make this thing again here. Okay, after you do that, and make them block again or whatever. So let's see now how this will be applied. Dot for each is not a function. Okay, let's see why. And I guess because I didn't say query selector all, it should be all because this is a group. So let's now see here. Well, now we have a enter a valid URL, but if I remove that and I went to show the results, yes, I have the results, but the error disappeared. And now what if I want read again? Yes, the results disappeared, and I can do that once I also, if you looked here, you will see that once the DOM is loaded, this appears, because this is only called whenever I show the results, the error become displayed none. I want this to be a global thing also. So, you know, for that, you should make a function and you should put in it this and show or hide this once you want it, because in programming, it's not allowed to make redundancy. So redundancy means that I wrote that, you see, I wrote that here and I wrote it here again. I suppose that I should make another function that can do that, and just like with a boolean, just like turn it on or turn it off. This will help you a lot, and it will like reduce the amount of content you will write. You will write only one function and use it in different or several places and things like this. So I don't need to use this every time, but I can make it so quick here. Document dot add event listener, and I'll say DOM content loaded. Once the DOM content loaded, make a function for me, and this function, I guess it should be, sorry, no, not like this. So DOM content loaded, please do that. What should it do? Let me see. At first, prevent default, and then let me say that results dot for each result display none. No, we don't need that. We just need this one, because there will be no results when we start. So we need this here, and we need to say none. So once the DOM will restart, you will not see any errors here. But once you put this, you will see the error. Once you remove it and you put something else like that and submit, you will not see the error and you will see the results. Once you remove that and you make an error again, you will not see the results and you will see the error. And even if you put something like that here, but I guess we will need now another function, because let me see. Yes, no content to analyze, and still no results. So let me change that back to here. Well, we have succeeded. We have done everything right now according to just like showing the API results in our page. So now this task has finished, and we could now show the results and hide the error, and show the error and hide the results and everything. Right now, we should go to validate our URL on the HTML, on the client side. So we don't have to, just like we don't have to send an empty something to the server. No, we should deal with that in the client. But at the same time, we should make something in the server, just like, because some people use something called third party, like Postman. Using this thing will send the request either you wanted that or not. So when you send that request, the server also respond with the same thing that will be in the client. That's why we made the server respond with these messages and send them to the client back. So now we need a function to validate the URL on the client side. As you see here, we have this handle submit, and we just go and just like send the form automatically before we do anything. So we need first to evaluate. So let me here put this input. So we need first to evaluate the input value and see if it's working or not. And for that, we will need a function here. We will not write the function inside the handle submit. We will just call the function inside the handle submit. So let me see what this function is going to be. And they say in the rubric that the client side should at least have 2 JS files. So we're gonna make another one which is called check URL.js. And now we have this file that's check URL, and we need here to write a function called check or validate URL, and the validate URL function will take one parameter or one argument, and it will return data. But no, I will not make it return data. I guess I will make it return a boolean, you know, true or false. So I'll make it return just like a boolean, but first let me make it console.log the URL to make sure it is connected, and we will go here and export it like this. Export validate URL. So now we are exporting it, and we will go to the handle submit, and we will try to export the function export URL validation, and here we will export it. So we will say validate, no, not like this, validate URL. Yes, so it got it from the check URL that I made. And now validate, so I don't need that anymore because it imported it here. And now I will go and use this validate URL to handle the submit, and just like see validate URL, and I will give it one argument, which is the input dot value, because by now once I press handle submit, I now have a input value. So let's see. If yes, the input value is here. Away from the server side, we have the input value. So now we can work on this input value. We will not handle, or we will not validate the input by ourselves. No, we will let an npm package validate the URL, because for us it will be hard to make a function that validates the URL and know that there is a www and everything. So we will need a package, an npm package for that. And let me show you here the package I used in my project. So in the check URL, I used a package called valid URL. That's all. And you will give it the URL, and it will give you a boolean with the things that will help you. So I'll make it like this, and let me show you that the validate URL, I will require the validate URL here. So let me first install the package, npm install, no, not like this. Alright, now I have the package is working, and this is valid URL. So all I will do here, I will not export it, I will deal with it here this time. So I'll take the is valid URL. This is the way we will validate the URL. Okay, so is valid URL will take the URL from here, and it will give me a boolean, you know. So I'll say is valid URL, and I'll give it the URL coming from the handle submit function. So here I am sending input to the value to validate URL. Here is validate URL, this one. I'm sending this URL from the handle submit. Now I'm going to the npm package, which is called isValidURL, which is giving us this function, and this function will return one of two things. It will return a boolean, true or false. So now let's try it. Okay, so clg, just like this here. I'll put the function inside the console log, and I will see what will be the return of the function. So let's see that here. Let's put read. No, false. It's not a URL, you see. And now let's put that. It's true. This is a valid URL. So this function only interested in dealing with but it's not enough, of course, because it doesn't know if there is an article or not. And there is no npm package for that here. So we will just deal here with one of the codes, which is if this is not a valid URL. And of course, if this is empty also, it will be false because it's not supposed to be a valid URL. So now I'm exporting it, and I'm going to handle submit, and I'm gonna say to it, so if validate URL, and remember what I said, it will return true or false. I will remove the console log here, and I will remove these two, and I will return whatever here. So I will return this function, which will return true or false. So I will return true or false from this function. And in the handle submit now, if validate URL was true, or if not validate.url, okay, because we want to deal with errors. So if it's not true, now I want you to show error. And what code should I give it? Well, there will be no error right now, because as you see, there is nothing coming. So show error now needs a message. You know, I will write the message by myself because it will not be able to connect with the Axios post. This will happen before the Axios post. So I give it the message. The message will be, please, the same thing, you know, the same message. Please enter a valid URL. So let's see now. Yeah, can you see that? The response is very, very quick. You see, please enter a valid URL. So let's do that again. Here it will not give us an error, it will give us the results. And what if we put that? Yes, it will show us an error. So what if we made a successful response again? Yeah, it will remove the error. So it's working fine. What if we didn't write anything? Yeah, it will give us that there is something. Let's see that again. But I think there is something wrong here, because there is undefined, because we didn't tell it to stop. So we need to tell it to stop, to return nothing, because by this way the function will stop. It will not go to the results and it try to put anything here. So let's do it again. You see, please enter a valid URL, and function stops. There are no results. There is no undefined anymore. Now let's put something good. It will give us the results. Let's remove that and put nothing. It will give us please enter. So now we curated the errors that on the client side and on the server side, we are already in this step right now. We don't need anything more up till now. Okay, so now the API is working, the form is working, the successful response is coming to here, and everything is working fine, you know. So what's left? What do you think is left? Now what is left is very, very easy. What is left is to make the configuration become or split into two separate Webpack files. One to work on the dev server, and or in the development part of the project, and the other one to work on the production. So let's do that. This is our last step in the project. So congratulations guys, we are about to finish everything. Alright guys, so let me now tell you how to split your webpack.dev and webpack.production, and what is the things that you should put in the production that will be more suitable on it and not suitable in the dev, and how to make something called the common webpack.common, which has everything that is necessary for both of the environments, and merge it together with them without the need to write them or to write that more than one time. So let's go to my old project here, and I'll let me show you how we gonna do that. Well, not this one. Okay, so here it is. So let's go to the dev and let's see what's still missing in the dev. So the dev has HTML Webpack plugin. We didn't use the clean Webpack plugin. Okay, so we need to use that one. And why that one will be necessary? Actually, it will be necessary because in the distribution folder, the Webpack just like saves a copy for all the times that you have rebuild your application. So now it has a lot of serial numbers. You'll find it in the node modules in the Webpack, and it contains all the builds that you have done before, I guess. So I guess I'm using, I'm sorry guys, I'm using it already. We made a mistake, but it's okay. So the Webpack plugin, clean Webpack plugin is here. So there is, it's okay. So I guess, let's see, is there anything else left? And for the server, as you see, actually I didn't use anything from the client side. But what if I need him, or I need the application or the server to send my my application to the viewer? I will in this case I will just like I will render. I will say in get here I will render the file that is coming to me from the distribution folder. For example, here I'll say // maybe. So let's see how we can do that. Let's get back to the server here, but in the server here I guess I didn't do that too. However, I made a static that the server should use my distribution folder, and I'll put that here in the use. So I'm asking the server to use the distribution folder. I think this is important because if you made that in production and you gave the build to someone, the build will work on the server, not on the other one. So it will work here, I guess. So, and here I should render the index.html file. Okay. So now we are rendering the HTML file on the local host. Nothing bad about that. Okay. So let's see that working. Here is the local host, and you see this is my application. The same things, everything is here. It's actually here. Is it working fine? Let's see. Well, it will not work fine. Alright, so I think the problem with the server is that the server is now working on the build, and the Webpack-dev-server, which is in the development, just listen to the changes, but it doesn't save that really in the disk. Okay, it just like it makes a temporary something to read what's supposed to be on the disk. So let's run the build again. Maybe this will make our system or our server work fine if we are calling it, not the web dev. So now I have made the build again, and in the client even I will run the dev. Alright, and in the server here I'll stop the server and run it again to make sure that we have a fresh start and everything. And now the localhost 800 supposed to work with me. So localhost 800 now I have, and let's see. Yep. So the server is working fine. I think everything now will work. So the same thing. Okay, let's put this one. it will get the results. Yeah, it got the results. And here let's copy this, which has no content to analyze. It has no articles, and do like that. No content to analyze. Everything is working fine on the server and on the development area. So, well, okay, fine. We are actually good to go. So now we should forget about the index, the handle submit, the check URL, and even the index.html file, and we should focus here. This is our only left thing. And I think I should go to this one to, just like I want to remember what was left. You know what? In the optimization in the dev server, you can work with the same technologies that are in the production. For example, there is something called CSS Minimizer plugin. This minimizer is actually used to minimize the volume of the CSS extracted from your application. It compresses it, minimizes it, and make everything squashed until it become so little in the, just like in the build. So in the build here, if you looked, it has 268 bytes, 1.74205, and it's not minimized here. There is nothing wrong about that, but if you see, it has, you know, there is a place you can see where is everything, or where is the whole, yeah, I think this is it. Asset.bundle.js is 209 kilobyte or KIB, which is something very, very small. So now we will try to use the minimizer, and the minimizer is, just like I told you, it's a way you can make things more small, make the CSS more small, and there is even another way to extract the CSS, and we will do that to extract it, because I'm gonna make another file that contains the CSS separately. Why is that important? Well, it's better for debugging and a lot of stuff, you know. So let's do that. In the optimization, it's called optimizer. It's not a plugin exactly, it's an optimizer. So we will go here, and after the plugins, I will put this optimization. So I'm using a minimizer, which is the CSS minimize plugin, and I will set minimize to true, because this means work. Now here in the npm packages, we need to download the CSS minimizer Webpack plugin. So now it is downloaded, and now I should use it in the production too. So let me make now another one for the production to show you what's supposed to be the difference. Webpack.production.js. Okay. So now we have two, and this one will be renamed to be dev.js, and I will go now, because this will make a big mistakes in here. So I should go here and change this to dev to make the dev work on it. And I think I should put other configurations to the build. So I should let the build override its configurations and take it from webpack.prod.js. Now, if there is something different in the production.js, it will come from the production. If there is something common, it will come from any one of them. It's okay. So it's just like, it's something that overrides the primary things on the node modules. Okay. So the configurations will be overwritten by whatever in this file in the Webpack. So in the production here, I'll take every single thing and I'll put it here. But first, let's get done from the Webpack dev to see what will be different in the production. But we will change this to here. So now it's one of the, and also we need this to be like that. Okay. So here is the CSS minimizer plugin, and here is the minimize true, and the optimization is done. And as I told you, this is a way to compress your files. And let's go now and see what else we need to change. So the dev tool is source map. Did we make that? No, I think we didn't make it, but we need it. We really need it. In the dev and yeah, we did it. Yes. And by the way, there are some packages on the production will not work unless you do source map, because this is what is written in the documentation of Webpack. So everything now is done, and I named the file bundle.js, and now I need to go to the Webpack production, which has everything else, and see what other plugins I need. For example, I need not to have a style loader, I need to extract the CSS just like separately. So we will use a plugin for that. And at the same time, it works as a loader, which is called the many CSS extract plugin. Well, the many CSS extract plugin, it should be only put inside the build, because you need it for the build, you don't need it for the development. So this is the many CSS extract plugin. So it will extract the CSS separately in the distribution folder when you try to build the application. And now it's many CSS extract plugin. So let's see how we can use this one. So in the rules, you will put this, but instead of putting it, you can just like, instead of style loader, you can just add many CSS extract plugin instead of the style loader. And by this way, you will give a hint to the Webpack to extract the files in a separate folder. Extract the assets of CSS in a separate folder. Okay. I guess there's something with the way I named this. Okay, we will leave that here. I guess I didn't get it correctly. Yeah, because I think it was here. No, sorry. So there is something with that here. I don't know what it is, but maybe I didn't require it the right way. I guess so. Yes. So I had a typo. Well, however, let's see the build now, how it will work. Okay, it worked successfully. So this means everything is working. Alright, so let's see the client and work it again. See if there are any changes. But you know what? I didn't fully use now the extract plugin, because the extract plugin I need to, not this one. So I need also to put it here as a way in the plugins. So I didn't put it in the plugin, so I will put it. So we have this one in the plugins, and we have this one too. Okay. So I guess now it should work. So let's see the build. So let me see what about the Cursor plugin. So here it is. Let's get it from the npm install. And I think this is something that extends the minimization and make the configuration for it. I don't know, but it's just like it's recommended from Webpack, so I worked on it. So here it is. I downloaded it, and now I should use it, but I should use it here. up till now, I didn't know where was the bug exactly. There is no bug actually, but when I enter the data from here to here, and I'm using every single syntax, everything works. So I'm using the minimizer here. The minimizer is working fine, and I'm using the tensor plugin, and it's working fine. And now they are minimizing, and as you see here, some things are starting to appear, you know, like this license, it's untracked. And I should change the source map here to hidden source map, and you will tell me why. I'll tell you that the source map is something for debugging, but it should not come to the client. It should not be put in the distribution folder. So making it hidden, it will only be there whenever there is a developer who will see this, but for the client it will never appear, you know. So let's see now. npm run the build again, and yep, everything is working fine. And let's see. By the way, this file was not this, it was just like 2.7, so we minimized the things. But we didn't use the extract plugin. I commented it, so now it is not used up till now, but I will try to use it here. So instead of the CS style loader, I will put the CSS, it's called many, I guess. Yeah, many CSS extract plugin dot loader, because it has a loader in it. And I'll press enter. So now it is here, and now I have to use it also in the plugins side. So let's go to the Webpack and see how we can use it in the plugins. So yeah, in the plugins here, I should say new many CSS extract plugin. Isn't that it? I guess so. So in the plugin side, yep, here I should use it like this. So sorry, I should remove that, and this is just a new plugin, and put the comma. Alright guys, so after 12 years and a half of trying to debug this problem, no, I'm just kidding, I stopped the video and I tried to understand why here there is a conflict between the many CSS extract plugin and between the minimizer, which is here. And I realized that I didn't extract the many CSS extract plugin. I extracted the CSS minimizer twice, look. So that was the problem. So I guess the only solution for that, and it's very easy, which is here, I will just like extract many CSS extract plugin and put it here. And now we have the many CSS extract plugin, and I guess it will work fine. So I'll remove this one like that, and I will put this to be comma, just like to continue working. And now I'll take this from here and I'll put it, there is a const that is hidden, sorry. So this const, I'll take it, many CSS extract plugin. I guess this is the right name for it. So yes, I am right. So the CSS extract plugin here. Okay, I will go and I'll use it here. And now we don't have any issue using a file name and choosing just like a name for it. It's style.css, and we will say content hash, just like it will add hashing for our content. It's something just like built in the Webpack, so it's okay, you can say that. We can just like, let me show you the file first without the content hash. So let's make the build again and watch the distribution folder. Well, we have a little problem, but don't worry, I think it will be very little one. Cannot find module many CSS extract plugin. Great, because I didn't even just like I didn't get that module, so many CSS extract plugin. So npm install many CSS extract plugin. Let me see it. So now it's supposed to work fine. I'll take that too, just to make sure that everything is working fine. And I'll add it here, and I'll remove the const. And as you see, it is working. So, and I here have a file name called style, and let's run the build again. Thanks to God, it worked fine. And look, now we have a style.css just like for us, and it contains everything that we need, you know. So we just want to hash it like here. So this hash is good for security purposes. So we'll go to the production and we will say content hash .css. And now let's go and run the build again and see what will happen. I think there is a problem. Okay, let's try again. Yes, it's working, and now I have a hash content style, and now we have everything here, the bundle.js and the style.js, and the bundle doesn't have the style. Now the style is extracted in another file, and the minimizer, I think it's working fine. Yes, the minimizer is here, it is working fine. And the teaser plugin, well, this is a plugin just like to it can be added to the minimizer, just like to help in making some more work or something like this. So I think it is working, and it's used with the minimizer, you know. It's okay, you don't have to know what it's about, but just like it's good for use, you don't have to know what each package is about. Actually, the Webpack after that you will not even touch it. It will be in the backstage only. So now everything is working fine, as you see, and our assets, our bundle, everything is extracted in the good way. And right now I think we have 700 or something like that, 793. Alright, so our files now this is a clean Webpack. It's just like it. You see, it removed the older files. It removed the other files that were here before, and now the distribution file is working fine. Now there is something very important that we need to go to, which is the test. The test, you may think that it will be the hardest part, which is the unit testing, but actually it is the most, just like it's the most easy part. The Jest is all about that you will make tests to just like test some of the functionality, but it's just like imaginary. It's not real. You just make a simulative function. You don't just like you don't test with real values, so it will never just like affect the environment. So once I put here in the client side, I think I will put it in the client side. Let's review my project, my other project. Yeah, here. So yes, I put the test as they ordered in the client. So they were ordering it in this way, just like to put //test and / again. Now it is testing, and just like you will put these two files. So let's take them and explain them because I don't have more time. Just like the video now will be just like dozens of hours or something. So let's see. This is the check URL. This is the handle submit. Let me introduce to you what is the idea behind them. So at first, let us install Jest. And let us go to the website and see how Jest is working. So I don't remember if this is Jest or not, but I guess it is. So npm install, and for example, if you have a function, you require this function, and then you go here. The syntax is very easy: test and expect. So for example, I'll import the handle submit function from here. You know that the handle submit function here is already imported. Here it is. And I will go here and I will just import it. Okay, now I have the handle submit function. So this is a description for the function. I can write here anything, just like handle submit. I can write the handle submit is successful. So it's just like a description. It's successful, right? I guess so. Okay, so handle submit is successful. This is what I'm describing the function I'm going to do. And now you can write one of two things, it or test. Both are right, So it is more descriptive, just like it here means the test you're gonna do. It returns something. Returns something is also a descriptive thing. The logic is here, but this is all just like something for you to test what's happening. Just like if you took the CS50, they took your code and they expected to get some value. For example, if you have a function that multiplies two numbers, the test is about to give the function two numbers and expect it to get you a number that you understand or exactly what it is. For example, 2 multiplied by 3 should return 6. The same thing is what we are writing here. So it returns something, for example, and here it's an arrow function, empty one. Expect handle submit to be defined. The meaning of that, and I will make another test also, which is here, and this one is very easy. Just like it's the URL validity. You remember the check URL, this one. So I expect this function, if I gave it a URL, I expect it to give me true. And I expect it to give me false if it's wrong URL. So all what I'm going to do here in the check URL, okay, I'm going to require the function, which is valid URL. But I think that was in the name of it, right? Yeah, that was in the name. So let's get the right name, because if I didn't get the right name, there will be problems, So let me say it here, validate URL, and let me put that instead of this. Now everything should work fine. So I expect validate URL when I give it read, which is just like a string, to be falsy. To be false, and this what will happen. So I test the function. I expect the function to give me false when it's a string. So I give it another argument, because you remember we put here an argument, and the argument should be read, should be a URL, should be whatever. And here I expected when I give it a mail, because sometimes the mail is prescribed or described as a URL, and I don't want that. The validate URL should not call this as a URL. So this is not a URL. So I expect it to give it as falsy and give an error for the client. And if I put a URL just like this one, this is a valid one. It has no wrong. I expect it to be truthy. And I also expect the empty input to give me falsy. So these are the tests. Now let's run the tests. But before we run the tests, we need to go to the package.json and modify the script for test and tell it to use Jest. So Jest is a library that has unit testing abilities, and you can write a script with it and it will give you whatever the script about. So we will make another one and we will make it test. So let's write here npm test and let's see what will happen. Congratulations, the two failed. So let's see why, because I think, as I told you, I didn't put the right way to get them. So let's see where is the problem. Validation. Aha, you need something called Jest environment.js DOM. Cannot be found. You need it. So I guess I'm gonna copy that. So it's no longer shipped by default. You need to install it. And as I told you, if you are doing that in 2019, this problem will not appear. But nowadays it will appear, you know, because things changed. So npm install development Jest environment.js DOM. So now let's go to the test again and start the test. Alright, it's running everything and they failed again. Congratulations. Let's see now what is the next problem. So test suite failed to run. Check URL. Okay, why did it fail? Cannot find module. Alright, so he cannot find the module and this is wrong, right? Because the module maybe is not there. Alright, you know what? So we will work on them one by one. So I will remove handleSubmit and I will check the url.test.js. So let me see here if I'm requiring from the right file. I will say require. So client/js/check URL. Okay, and I will save. And now I'm giving it everything. I expect validate URL read to be falsy. So let's see now. So I guess there is something here is happening, something good. There is some progress. So I had a problem here, which is it's supposed to be true, but it got him wrong or undefined. Yes. So I want to see why it came as undefined, although it happened with me before that it came as truthy. We want to know what is the reason. So let me find out and tell you. Alright guys, so I realized that my mistake, we deleted the word return while we were experimenting and all of that. So the word return should have been written here. That's why the test stopped. So I'm sorry for that. So let's now go back to the testing and see if the test will work fine. Yep, the test worked fine. So in Jest, you will find it give you two results, the test suite and the test. The test suite is the file itself, you know, the check URL itself. So the test suite, the whole file, yeah, it worked. And the tests inside it, there are 4 tests inside it. The URL validity, email, expect URLs to be true, empty string. Those are the 4 passed things. So all of the tests has been passed here. Now let's go to the other one. So it's in the where it's in views JS. No, it's here. Yeah, copy that one. And let's see
here. So here I put something called Jest environment JS DOM. This will help the environment to know that the Jest environment JS DOM is installed. So I saw that in a Stack Overflow problem before, and I'm requiring the const handle submit here, and it is really found in this place, and I guess that's the name is the same. Yes. So let's test again. Yep. So my values are running perfectly, and the solution is now giving me all the tests were passed. To be defined, to check that a variable is not undefined. For example, if you want to check that fetch new flavor returns something, you can write test there is a new flavor idea, expect fetch new flavor to be defined. So if there is no new flavor here, it will not be working, something like this. So if a variable is undefined, for example, it will not return. But I think handleSubmit is a function and it is verified here. That's why it's giving me aha. So it's just like it's testing the handleSubmit itself, something like that, to make this part of our function go away. So now we don't have even a handleSubmit. Let's see what will the program do. Well, finally, it failed. So why it failed? So yes, because it couldn't require the handleSubmit because he didn't find it. Alright guys, so about the handleSubmit testing, it's actually, I can't test if it is defined or not. Other than that, it will, just like you will enter through a loop of learning unit testing, which is not the thing that you have to focus on right now. So the to be defined means that you are testing if handleSubmit is defined or not. So if there is a const or a function called handleSubmit, then it's defined. If there is not a handleSubmit function, then it's undefined. That's all. That's why it's passing all the tests here. If you even try to make it return a false thing, if you even make it return nothing, it will always be right because you are testing if it's defined or not. If you want to change this test or choose to see if it will return data or not, this will be another thing. So you don't have to do that because I think these are the only tests, the only tests that are required from you through the Udemy or through the Udacity project. So we will just deal with only those. We will not, talk more about other things, just because it just has a lot of things. It's easy one. It's easy. It's a powerful tool and everything, but you will use it more in React maybe. But you don't need it here, you don't need it. You need it more, if you are doing a real project with a very complicated content or something. So, but you don't need it here. Only if you can work as a software tester and you will not, this is for programming. So most of the times you will not do the unit testing by yourself. Maybe you will, maybe as a front-end developer, maybe one of the skills that's needed by your job will be the unit testing. But then I guess you will have to take a course in Jest and make whatever functions you want. Up till now, all I can teach you is a test, just take one string to make you understand what is happening, or to make anyone who will run the test understand what is happening, what are you testing. And in the other 10, you say what the expected function should do if you call it. So if it's a boolean, you can say if it's going to be falsy or truthy. If it's a number, you can make a mock function and you say if it's 2 plus 1 will be 3. If they became any other content or any other number, then this means that your sum function is wrong. There is only one thing left for us, which is to continue making the Webpack production and development environment. I guess up till now, I changed everything about the production. The mode became production. The dev tool became hidden source map because we don't need the client to know the debugging we are making. The output is the same. The plugins, only this plugin is different, but those are, you can find them in the development. The modules you used are the same, except that here you are using this loader instead of style loader to make to minimize the CSS going to the project here. And you are using optimization to optimize your files and minimize it in the production. You don't need that. You can use it in the development, but you don't need it, just like when you need it in the production. So let's look at the dev. I guess it doesn't have all these things. It doesn't have optimization. Yes, it doesn't have the many CSS extract plugin here, and it doesn't have the minimizer. So let's see now a way which is called merging. This one is using the common libraries between the two and putting them in one place, and the others leave them to each one of them. So let's make Webpack.common.js, and in the Webpack.common.js, let's take the things that will always be there. I mean, those four actually will be in all of the choices. And let's take the development from here and put it here, but we will just like delete some things. Of course, the things in the production will never be in the development, but things in the development will be in the production. For example, the entry point, we don't need it. The source map, no, that's new. The mode, yeah, we need that. So the output is exactly the same. So you don't need the output. And for the modules, the Babel loader is in both of them, so we don't need it too. We will leave the style loader because that's different. So we need this not to be overwritten by our common. And for the plugins, the HtmlwebpackPlugin is there, and the clean Webpack plugin is also there. So we will leave the plugins empty here. And let's go and summon the common thing. But to do that, we need merge Webpack. It's actually something called merge Webpack. So let's go and find the right name for it here. So it's in common. So yes, it's called Webpack merge. So we need to install it. So npm install Webpack merge, and we will come here and we will try to just like download the merge. So we will say merge will equal, but we will put it just like it's not the default. So we are importing something from the library, not the whole library. So Webpack merge. Okay, so now we imported the Webpack merge. And I'm sorry, I really did something bad. In the common, we should put everything that was used inside all of them. So like this shouldn't be with us. It should be deleted from here, not from the other part. So I'll take it from here and I'll put it in the plugins. And the same thing for the modules. I think the Babel loader, we need the Babel loader. So I need this. But I will remove the other thing. I will remove this because this is not in common. The entry point is not common. So yes, I removed it. This is right. The mode is not in common, so I removed it. The dev tool is not in common, so I should remove it too. And I will leave these. The Babel loader and the style loader no. So the plugins, these are important plugins. The output should be in both of them because the output is the same. So the output will be put here. So now I think these are all the things in common between the two files, and I should go now to the Webpack dev and remove the things that's that you can find in poser files. Did I put the entry? No, I didn't put the entry. So I need this entry here, and I need to put it here because the entry is, you can find it in post the files. Okay, so let's go back here. We will leave the dev tool, the modules. You will leave the style loader, the plugins. We don't need any plugins, but here I'll come and I'll get the merge file. I don't need it here, I guess. Yeah, I don't need it here. I need it here instead. But before I do that, I need to summon my file, which is common. I'll call it common, and I'll get it from require. So webpack.common. So in here I'm going to merge, and I'm gonna open brackets. I'm gonna close them here, and I need to put the first argument, the common file that I got, and just like that's all here. And for these ones I need to maybe remove them because we don't need them anymore. Okay, so here is the common, which is this file, and all these things will be with it. Here it is. So this is my Webpack file now after making a common file that has a lot of things that are in common between the production and the build. Now let's do the same thing to the production. Remove the entry, remove the output, and we don't need to remove that, but remove the HtmlwebpackPlugin, the clean Webpack plugin, and remove them from here too. And let's go to the rules, remove the Babel loader because that one we can find there. In the optimization, now we need the optimization, so we need everything else. For the output, I should make it content hash or hash content, I don't remember. It's content hash, yeah. So I should make content hash.js. And now let's merge that too. So I need the merge, and I'll say that merge require Webpack, Webpack merge, and here we will put that, and here we will make it a colon instead of semicolon. So now we have the merge, and let's do the same thing again, merge, and we put the common file, and we close the parentheses here like that, and it's supposed to be done. Let's see what are our mistakes. Great, we have mistakes, but only one error, so I think it will be fine. Cannot resolve ./src. Yeah, I didn't do that to the production, I'm sorry. So I'll take this from here and I'll put it for the production. I'll take this merge, I'll put it here, I'll change this back, so I'll remove that too. I'll close the common, and I'll try to reach the dev. I'll take the common from here, I'll put it here, and now I think it should work fine. Well, it worked fine. The build now is working. And let's restart also our dev server just to make sure that everything is... Aha, you see, there is something bad. What is it? Merge is not defined. We didn't define the merge. Where? In the development server. So let's go and define the merge. Yes, we didn't define the merge, that's true. So that's all. So let's run the dev again. Well, everything is working fine. Congratulations. We have a working project right now. Please enter a valid URL. So well, let's give him Google. Alright, that's a valid URL. What about that one? That's a valid URL too. I think this should not be a valid URL. No content to analyze. So yes, our project is working fine. So thank you all everyone. Actually, it wasn't that easy project, but thanks to God, we could solve all the problems that popped up, and inshallah we will make more content. Thank you a lot, and I hope you benefited from my work. If you benefited, please comment to me and tell me that how you love the content, and tell me what are my defaults if you want. So thank you a lot, and I really enjoyed working on that project. Thanks for all.